What's that playing on? What network?
I don't know. It's on regular. I think is it on HBO? What channel is this, Khadijah? HBO.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's on HBO. That Westworld. It's a remake. You know what I'm saying? It's basically they created a Western world with robots, but now, of course, cyborgs that don't know they dead, and they're starting to become conscious, of course.
All right.
So therein lies the story.
Okay, so it's doing like the transfer of consciousness, the ability for somebody to take their consciousness and like move it into like.
They got cyborgs that play this Western game. So you rich, you can go to this world with cyborgs and just kill and rape and pillage because they cyborgs. They all die. They get rebooted and sent back to Westworld to do it over and over. So them going just like you, them going through all these lifetimes on this Western world, they start to become conscious within themselves, start to have memory of past lives or what can be perceived as past lives for them, and then they're in this consciousness waking up and blah blah blah. Turns out the robot designers or the programmers was trying to get them, of course they're studying this deep phenomenon behind the scenes of consciousness and what it will take for them to have self-realization and all this rest of this bullshit. But it's that same fucking story over and over again. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That everybody in fucking the conscious community keep fucking emailing me telling me how deep and profound it is. I'm like, y'all niggas ain't identified this shit already? They keep telling you this over and over again. It's the same fucking story in the Matrix. The robots gets consciousness, wake up. Artificial intelligence, you know what I'm saying? That actually starts to mimic and becomes self-reliant, which is really the commentary on the what if that they're saying happened to your ass. If you really know what this is saying, it's only really saying basically you as a human being was created by somebody just like the computer was and became consciousness through lifetime and lifetime. You were controlled by this demiurge being. So you have these scientists that is controlling this world, and these people are starting to become, for lack of a better way to explain it, what we call human. Give them saying these robots are now starting to, as you watch them, you're starting to feel emotionally attached, and that they are somebody, and that they're being manipulated like puppets. Oh, does this sound familiar? Oh, yes. Right. Same thing happening to fucking you. So the commentary is, what if, ultimately, and they're not going to say it because these human beings still believe in Jesus and God, but because if they're saying you're controlled like these robots, or you were brought into creation the same way these robots were brought into creation, then this God is nothing more than an evil scientist and not really all powerful. He's just smarter and more advanced than you. Seemingly, I guess you could say. And that spoke about the mythology. The idea is that this was that case, and this was the story. If you read Gnosticism, it's the same Westworld story, that you were created as a plaything. The difference is, it says the true divine mother endowed man out of all the other animals walking around planet Earth with divine sparks, which is the soul. And that soul is of the original source. And that original source, which now guides your consciousness, guides your evolution, is older than the thing that created you. So basically, the same way on this Westworld show where he's doing whatever he's doing, and what's to do with Anthony Hopkins is the mastermind. You got the government that eventually steps in to try to monitor this shit, if you will, to say you're out of control and what you're creating can get worse. So it's the same way this divine mother in the mythology said, hey, you're out of control. Let me send down my souls to oversee this mess that you created down here by adding divinity into the shit. You get what I'm saying? So in the TV show, they'll say, well, let me add morality into this shit, because if this shit is out of control, who's to say where a human being starts and a human being stops? That's where you see these other shows with all these fucking debates about when does a human start? Is it at the soul? Or what makes a human human? Or what makes it different? When you watch AI, which is with, what's that little Haley Joel Osment, that Steven Spielberg shit with when he was the robot, and they were questioning when does human consciousness start and stop and so on and so forth. It was the same fucking story as Westworld, the same shit that you niggas keep saying is so deep and I must watch. I'm like, nigga, I've seen this shit before when I watch artificial intelligence. You get what I'm saying? Same thing. They were making robots, human beings were using robots, but then they said they want to make a robot that can act and feel like a real boy. This consciousness and this artificial intelligence once again. And then they make them, she says the words, and then they show you the plight of what a real boy would do in this situation if he was forced to deal with it. And same thing, they keep showing this one scenario over and over, because they're really making a punctified way of making a commentary on who and what you are. A created plaything as a human being. What saves you is the divinity that's in you, but what you are is absolutely nothing but somebody else's fucking robot. If you look at computers, computers have a consciousness now. And that's the whole idea of the Matrix, or even Terminator, which is the same fucking story again. That these computers that you created become its own self-reliant, intelligent entity, if you will, which is what you are. You ain't nothing but a fucking computer created by something else. So I got bored with Westworld because it's the same fucking story. I mean, how much you gonna watch it? There ain't no breakthrough shit happening.
So when they talk about the soul, you know, with the demiurge being injected by the Great Mother, would the soul equal melanin?
Nah, the soul would equal the divine particle of light from the original source. So you can look at it as whatever you want to call the original form of life, I guess you can say. That original thing that spawns forth all things in existence, the thing that nothingness, that before, that after, that never was, that always will be, all those abstract things that are used to classify something that cannot be defined. But to define it, all you could really use is a description. The description is this divine spark of light, the soul, all those attributes you give God, the all-powerful, the begin, the omni, the alpha, the omega, the beginning, the middle, the beginning and the end, and all these random, well, not random as much as abstract names you're trying to describe something that's indescribable is the soul. But what you do know as a human, that you do have this connection to this divine spark. Therefore, if you look at it like you're in a cup of water, if you threw that water in the ocean, it would join with that original body, and you would never know that there was ever a separation. So that's the concept of your soul. Melanin is just an ancient substance that is the active force that ties it all together. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, so it's like the glue.
Not really just the glue as much as the substance that it's the activator. It's the Jerry curl active. So you can have a Jerry curl, but you're going to need some activator.
Right.
And then much more. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And then much more. It's used as the active substance, I guess, for all the things that we know, to interpret the world on a higher level, on a spiritual level, depending on how deep and advanced you can activate melanin, because it works on many levels. It works on a physical level. So that's why you can walk away with this black don't crack egotistical attitude, and at the same time is why you could channel and talk to spirits that same particular substance. That same particular substance is going to be key in everything you do. It allows you to probe and feel deeper. So that's why we can hear more in music. That's why we created the best. That's why our food tastes much better, because you have melanin on your tongue that makes you experiences all things at a different level. Now, on the other side of that, that's why you niggas are strung out on heroin easier, strung out on coke easier, because the melanin makes you feel it. Like, for instance, that's why when you watch boxing, you see them white boys, they could stand there and you could beat their face until it looks like ground beef. You get what I'm saying? And they still standing there on some Rocky shit. Adrian! And then black person, you know what I mean, it's a whole different thing, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Because the melanin, what they call neuromelanin, the melanin in your nervous system. See, there's melanin throughout your system for all different functions. So the neuromelanin in your system allows you to feel pain much quicker. You understand? So we can get slapped, and that's just going to be fire, while they get slapped, and they be standing there, come on, hit me again. And because it's not because they're super, because they have very little melanin to tell them that they're actually in pain. So melanin does a lot, you know what I'm saying? And the most you get out of it, because they speak of it in mythology, in the abstract, they're not going to call it melanin. That's just a name we calling it, because it's been attached to what happens when you stand in the fucking sun. But that's just a part of it. You get what I'm saying? Because what happens when you stand in the sun, you actually get messages off of light. And that sun out there, you got to understand, as Ra, which niggas like to say, and they was worshiping Ra, that's later day shit. You know what I'm saying? You can look at the book Signs and Symbols of the Primordial Man. Who is it? I think that's Charles Finch, maybe. I don't know, but you can find that book easy. Signs and Symbols of the Primordial Man, where he talks about a lot of symbols, number one. And one of the symbols as sun worship in pre-dynastic and the early dynasties wasn't the worship of Ra. It was actually the worship of the Sirius sun and Osiris as a sun. First, he talks about Osiris worship as a woman, number one, and then later as the central Sirius sun. I mean, that's where you get the name, Osiris Sirius. That's where you get the name. And before it became that sun there. Now, the sun out here is a part of the illusion, but it is used to send information on, like all light is. In fact, that's what we call new information, light. You understand? And then when we get a new idea, the light bulb goes off as if you received light. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Let there be light. So light is actually the vehicle for giving information. So this sun gives you information. And to receive the information, the melanin must receive it. So that's why when you stand in the sun, you get a tan. It's really the melanin coming to the surface to receive information. And usually that information speaks directly to the unconscious collective. And collectively, that's why you'll see trends with us. These particular trends are light codes for people who cannot activate the hidden sun within inside themselves. Amun Ra. The hidden sun is what I've been activated as my consciousness. Therefore, the light messages I get come from within. And my evolution is now an internal personal evolution as opposed to the general evolution most black people are going to, still getting light codes from the sun. Melanin plays a key
Albert
role.
Churchward was the author of that Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man.
Yeah, Churchward. Yeah, Albert Churchward.
Thanks, Bradford.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Yeah, Albert Churchward actually did that. And So the melanin plays the absolute key role in this process, and probably many other things we don't know yet. You know what I'm saying? Or even need to know about melanin. So it's a different thing from your soul. You get what I'm saying?
Could the melanin be looked at when we look at the ancient signs and symbols ways of looking at it? Could it be looked at like a Zarabanda who's a gateway deity? Could it be considered a gateway? So when you see the gateway deities, could the melanin be considered as that?
Oh, say it again.
How you were saying that melanin receives the light codes, right, and transmits that to other parts of our being. So it's kind of like a gateway, right? Where in, like, for instance, Zarabanda would be considered.
Well, look at it. Okay, I got what you're saying, but look at it like your house, melanin. And in your house, there's a lot of functions. The doors would be gateways in your house, but there's still bedrooms for you to sleep in, still bathrooms, you get what I'm saying, living rooms, different rooms for you to do particular things. So you have to look at more of the versatility of melanin.
Okay.
You have to look at it more as a versatile thing, that it is the absolute substance that every single thing you do or could choose to do is going to have a melanated thing. They say now melanin in any element, once it attaches itself to, it dominates. So that should really tell a story of melanin. You understand what I'm saying? If it dominates, that means whatever so when you see Michael Jackson do what he does, melanin. When you see Michael Jordan do what he does, melanin. And when you see Michael Tyson do what he does, melanin. And those are three different fields. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So when they're full use of their talent, of their skill, and melanin just does what it does, it's going to dominate. That's why we dominate boxing, dominate music, dominate this. Whatever we get in, we dominate. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because melanin's role down here is to master and balance out all impurities, all imbalances, all injustices. You get what I'm saying? So when this place was created in the name of injustice, in the mold of incompetence, in the mold of debauchery, in the mold of ego. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So now your role as the conscious human is to balance all of that out. And you have as a tool this ancient substance called melanin as a tool. And and like I said, your soul just represents your ability to reattach, or it's your tool or your salvation for everlasting life. With your soul means you have the ability to return to everything that is the first. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And
to escape outside the prison.
To eventually, escape or go back home. You get what I'm saying? It's your vehicle home. So you'll hear this in mythology as the mothership and all of that. When the mothership comes and all of this. So when you heard niggas talking about swing low, sweet chariot and all that shit coming forth to carry me home, it was subliminally talking about the soul. And I guess some of them were talking about it who knew or who remembered. It was actually talking about the soul. You get what I'm saying? And the soul is actually the mothership. The soul will be Nibiru. You're actually, when you're that spaceship that you see that they keep trying to tell you that aliens came, and they show you all these pictures on the hieroglyphs of aliens in physical ships. Those ships weren't physical. At least I'm not going to say they're physical until somebody shows the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? We keep determining and trying to say they were physical, this or that, the other, but where's the motherfucker? You know what I'm saying? I think the nigga need to show up, or some niggas need to show up. But until then, I'm going to go with what the research and what the best proof comes, and that these things are within you, because that's what they all teach anyway. So these ships must be in you. So when they're speaking of these ships, and even though they're physically writing them out, those are symbols. The same way no one physically lived in a man's a whale's stomach for 3 fucking days, named Jonah. They're trying to tell you a story, a metaphor, and allegory. You get what I'm saying? So it makes sense that we wrote on the walls metaphor and allegory. So when they were talking about the return of Quetzalcoatl in this ship, they're talking about something that has to happen within you. They're telling you so of course white people are they know better. Some may not, some may do, but they're going to depict it as all of these aliens. They're up to like 9 seasons of fucking aliens. How much shit in the world? First of all, they only telling you about you niggas can only name on one hand all the miracles in the world, and number one always starts with Egypt. But what's interesting to me, they filled up 9 fucking seasons of these aliens talking about different magical places in the world. See, these magical places in the world always existed. They just wouldn't tell you. They only tell you they were 7 wonders. But they always existed, cities and shit they just cannot explain. But if they had all of this, it would show you how fucking incompetent these white men really are. And it only matters because they're the ones who stepped up and say they're running this world. And black people are under the illusion that they've always been running this world. So therefore, when we say, well, how come there's so much shit they can't explain, and how come all of this shit was happening when in areas where black people live? That would be the natural question. So when they came up this theory of aliens, then they were able to show you 9 seasons of shit back to back and just keep saying aliens did it. So those shows are actually good to watch if you know they're you. You get what I'm saying? Because you're going to find out a whole bunch of shit about this planet that truly could be explained through you and melanin, but they're going to pretend that it's aliens. So you will actually learn a lot of shit that they were hiding all this time because they couldn't come up with a fucking theory that you would accept. And now that we can accept this fucking theory, that's when you see them really exposing how much they really don't know about you or this world, how they're not really running this world, how you're really not running this world. You understand what I'm saying? So it's made to look like they throwing the party. That's only because you didn't pull out your drawers yet. You understand what I'm saying? So it looks like they doing all the fucking. That's because you ain't pull your pants down yet. You know what I'm saying? You still sleeping. So when you see all the mystery in this world and understand this is you, it becomes a different thing. But you'll see every moment they're trying to tell you it's a fucking alien to get your mind out of this. You understand what I'm saying?
Right, looking outside yourself.
Right, you know what I'm saying? Or see, really, they need an explanation. They been know your ass is looking outside yourself. But if they would have presented all of this stuff without just saying, wow, what a mystery, then it would perhaps we would have had to start looking at ourselves again, or even white people would say, well, maybe we have to start looking at them because they're the only faces that are in these places that we can't explain. So maybe we have to start looking at them. So when you keep saying it's an alien, it's not to keep us looking at ourselves, because they got all these believing in Jesus already. It's so much that we won't turn it back within, and white folks won't turn it within, because even the logical, regular, common sense white person go, wow, we got 10 goddamn different aliens or events we can't explain, let me say, and all the faces, they are black and were black. Well, I guess this had to be their shit, or they have to know something that we don't know, or knew something that we don't know. It has to be them. It's only logical until you say, well, it's the aliens, and then they get to go, I don't care where aliens just happened to land there in the black area. Of course they didn't know what to do with it. Look how they look now. Walking around here sagging. So melanin and all of those things, melanin is like your house. You know what I'm saying? It's the power you have. If you want to know, there's so many things that hint to it, and please believe white folks understand this thoroughly. It's the thing they can't figure out. And they just told you in that TV show, the last season of True Blood. If you didn't watch True Blood, which is a pretty good season show if you like that kind of, if you go in for that kind of shit, but at least try to get the last season, because the last season, out of all the mystical shit they were dealing with, one of the things they were dealing with was fairies, and the fairies were all about melanin on that show. Code word for melanin. And basically, if a vampire drank the full blood of a fairy, he will be able to walk in the daytime. In other words, he will become invincible, or he will become the sun god, which is you. See, all that shit is cold. White people can't walk around in the sun in the daytime.
Right.
So they were saying, if you understand or got the signs of these fairies, melanin or nigga, you would become a daywalker, invincible. Nobody's fucking jumping up and down about that shit. Want to tell me about some old played out shit called Westworld, but they giving it to you hard and gave it to you every season. Only the 4th season was whack on True Blood. Other than that shit was fucking fire each season. They did straight Dionysian shit, and of course they killed the nigga at the end. It was ritual. They did in the first season they showed all this mystical shit, and then the only true magic, which was the voodoo priestess, they made her phony. Always on their job. You know what I'm saying? Always destroying you. You know what I'm saying? In the end, like I said, that nigga said, this is what we gonna do, because the whole story is about, they took blood and they was able to synthesize blood. And once they was able to do that, the vampires came out the closet, basically said, look, humanity, we exist. Now we ain't got to eat you because we got a synthetic blood. So we can live with you. So now they set up the story like, you know, race, black people and white people. You know what I'm saying? Dirty fang bangers and all that shit. He's a fanger and all of that, a vamper and all this bullshit. Saying we know he's a nigger, he's a vamper. And so the idea of what they were doing got real interesting when they, like I said, started revealing fairies. So now, one of the things, when they tried to synthesize fairy blood, because they said, well, if we could eat a whole fairy and become daywalkers, what if we could synthesize fairy blood and save the vampiric race, basically. And what they were really talking about was synthesizing melanin. And the doctor said, the same doctor who created the original synthesized blood said, it's interesting. In the body, pretty much this is magical. The properties are different. He says, as soon as we take it out the body, it becomes normal. And this is absolutely what has been saving you since you got here. They found out every other trick in the book, but they can't find the science to melanin. That's the only fucking reason you niggas is alive today. With your old fucking egos and your old, I'm fucking Osiris return. Motherfucking them white people will wipe your ass out if they found out the secret to melanin. Because that is the vehicle or the key that's going to connect you to everything involved. Without melanin, you can't connect to anything. You know what I'm saying? It's like being in America without a job. You ain't connecting to no transportation. You ain't connecting to no pussy. You ain't connected to no outfits. You ain't connecting to no foods. You ain't taking care of your kids. You ain't got a place to live. You need money. That's what works. So melanin is looked like as currency or money in the universe. Got it?
So that's like the spice in Doom.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what they meant too. That's exactly what they meant. It's all over. You get what I'm saying? These stories about melanin is all over. And the story about, like Westworld, where we started out, about consciousness, it's all over. They do it over and over again. You got to realize there's only 3, 4, 5 things they're doing because they only really, at this point, troubled with 3, 4, 5 questions. See, while you're debating if they're created, the 1% that run this country knows they're created. The problem is they don't give a fuck that they was created. Now that they're in creation, they're living out their fucking purpose. You get it? See, because black people talk as if we have to inform white people of a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know this and you know that and you know we had this and you know we were the first ones to do that. What if they already know and don't give a fuck? No one even probed that idea. What if they know they from the caves and don't give a fuck? In fact, it makes more sense that they know they from the caves because it explains why they doing what they doing.
Right, they trying to make sure, you know what I'm saying?
And they don't go the fuck back, you know what I'm saying? If you ain't got nothing else, nothing to live for, this is everything we say. They ain't got no melanin, they came from the caves, they ain't got no this, their woman ain't that, they can't do this, they at this 0 birth rate, they can't even dance and fucking, all this shit we saying. If you was them, what the fuck would you do then? I'll kill every one of you niggas, and I'll create fucking systems to kill every one of you niggas, because that's the only way I'm going to survive. But the 1% who knows, the greatest 1% of them know that the true ticket to surviving lies with what's in the black man and black woman's genetics. That's the key. What's in our genetics. And they cannot figure out the one secret. You know what I'm saying? They got up, it's like 7 ethers. And they got 6 of them. The 6th was light. So when they started using laser surgery to heal and light to heal, that's when they mastered that 6th ether. 7th ether or 9th, whatever it is, whatever number you want to put on it, the one they can't get is melanin.
So when I remember, Bobby talking about how they was, taking folks and, using their pineal to, for melanin and to try and eat it to get more melanin in their system. Is that in any way effective?
Well, I don't know. I'm sure it's doing something to them. You know what I'm saying? But it's something that's not gonna last. It's like taking a fucking an ecstasy pill, you know what I'm saying? How long are you going to rub on your nipples before you go, okay, I'm done?
Right.
It's going to wear off. They showed that in the movie Sin City. And they showed it in the movie, there's Satanic Rites of Dracula. It's an old movie that I actually happen to have. And they actually named the shit. I think it was called Eleusinian Rites. Or Elysian Rites. Something like that. Eleusinian Rites. Bobby named it, but it was just eating the pineal gland. And they showed, and there's another movie, Ravenous, where they showed them eating motherfuckers for energy and strength. And they said, he was licking me. And he woke up. Nigga was licking his wound. He was licking me. Shit is wild. You know what I'm saying? Ravenous. Like, out of the movies Khadijah had, that's one of the ones she had. Ravenous. These motherfuckers, when I came, I was the man with 1,000 movies. So when I came in, Khadijah had some movies, and one of the ones she had was that shit. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe she did. Maybe I think Shabazz gave me that shit. But it's a whole entire movie how motherfuckers is eating each other for strength. But they show Africans that used to do that shit. They showed that in the movie where they complained about it as a magical rite. You know what I'm saying? But them dictators do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Idi Amin and them niggas, they talked about it, but they showed in the movie District 9 where the nigga had to eat the fucking alien's arm to gain his power. Yeah, this is known shit. This ain't no new shit. They show, what's the little nigga that was in Lord of the Rings? The main dude, the little nigga that paid the fucking Elijah or something. The bad.
Okay, I know you're talking about. Yeah.
little homo boy, the little homosex child. What's his name? Elijah Wood or something, or Elijah something. Anyway, he was in the movie Sin City.
Yes, Elijah Wood.
Elijah Wood. He was in the movie Sin City, and he had all this crazy speed. And then eventually the priest was telling, because it's the priesthood that do that shit. And the priest was telling him, how'd y'all do it? He said, nigga, we pretty much ate this nigga. You know what I'm saying? And this nigga gained all these powers. You know what I'm saying? And of course they know, you hear all these rumors, them taking Malcolm X's heart and his dick, and they did the same thing to what's the brother who just passed not too long ago with the Black Power movement thing. I can't come to his name. Kamran Muhammad. No.
I'm pulling up.
Somebody go put it in there.
I know you're talking about.
Yeah, Black Power brother. Anyway, I heard they said when they was going through his death that his body was missing for a while. Then they said that body, Lucy, the one who's supposed to be the oldest woman found, they said Bush came to see her with this little priest-looking nigga. Said they went in the room by themselves for a while. Know what I'm saying? Dinner time, player. Dinner time. And there was another movie that they showed it. I mean, but like I said, this is a known thing. But like I said, Bobby talked about it. But of course, that eating the pineal gland and all the rest of that shit.
I'm trying to find that name, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Stokely. Was it Stokely Carmichael?
No. The last nigga that was just in the goddamn Black Panthers, who used to hang out with Sonetta. This nigga's a new regular nigga. Just got killed. Just got poisoned. Black man, Black Panther. They were saying he was supposed to take over Farrakhan. What's his name? Y'all niggas, please. Doesn't matter anyway. But yeah, they'll gain a little power from shit like that. But that's really the true definition of vampirism. You get what I'm saying? And that's a hot dose, like they're drinking blood. But what they're really trying to do is become that day walker. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they said. They showed you that concept with Blade. You know what I'm saying? And they killed it with the next two. I mean, y'all got to understand how they do this shit. They'll give you one hard one with all the shit in it, and then they'll shut it down with the next two. They did that for the Matrix. They gave you everything in the first one and shut it down with the next two. They just made Neo Jesus. And see, what they really showed in that Blade was Wesley Snipes opposite that black woman, and her being able to rescue him. And that balance. And then in the next one, he looks adoringly into the white woman's eyes as she turns into fucking flaky dust. It was about that white woman. You follow what I'm saying? And then the third one wasn't even about him. You know what I'm saying? About this old ancient motherfucker, this Osirian figure that returns, and it's that white man. It's the white boy that played in Prison Break.
Right.
But this old ancient evil or ancient energy, original vampire, Osirian, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So they always faking the funk, and so they took the first one and gave you the real shit, and then they took the other two and took you right back out. You know what I'm saying? Took you right back out, and they made the second one with the white girl the better movie. You know what I'm saying? Now, of course, the metaphysicians would say that the first one, of course, is the better movie based upon the concepts. You understand what I'm saying? But the action and all the rest of that, which the general public, which is who they're trying to fool in the first place, will always say the second Blade was iller. It had more ill graphics, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
The vampires turned into other motherfuckers and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? And then the third one, they always give you some extra bullshit, you know what I'm saying? Same Matrix, you know what I'm saying? The first one was actually a better movie. And then the second one, they tried to make it better with the action. And technically, it almost woulda, but the first one was just so fucking dynamite and talked about that they couldn't top it. But if you really look at the second one, it has way more action. The problem is the first one had cutting edge, never seen before stunts, graphics, and CGI. So it was hard to top what they did, even though they tried in the second one, and it was much more all that shit on the truck and on the highway. It's technically phenomenal. You get what I'm saying?
Right. It's still, it's the most watched one is still Matrix 1.
Still the first one. Yeah, the first one, they couldn't outdo it. And then even the third one, they tried to do that same format as like I just mentioned in Blade. The first one is pretty much the deepest one, the one with the real story and the science. Then the second one is the most action-packed, and then the third one just makes you finish with it. You're done with it. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to see it happen no more. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And that depends on if they make a statement in the beginning. You get what I'm saying? See, now, if you take Pirates of the Caribbean, they've been making statements all through it. So they couldn't bring it to a beginning, middle, end. That's why they're still trying to do fucking movies about this shit, because they couldn't really bring it to beginning, middle, and end, because as they got deeper into it, they got harder and harder on the science. You know what I'm saying? The first one was about the pineal gland. You know what I'm saying? And it was actually about the white man disturbing it. You know what I'm saying? And then him getting a false sense of everlasting life. They were trying to make a commentary on the everlasting life that a white man was trying to go for is down here. You get what I'm saying? When it doesn't exist down here. So he was tormented by eating and never being able to die, pretty much. Never being able to leave this realm if he didn't do the correct work. So he had to put that back and make that right. That whole series is about making it right with the black man and the black woman, especially the black woman. So he had to put that money back. The second one was about balancing out how we let the souls go. You get what I'm saying? Or how the white man lets the souls go with Davy Jones. So Davy Jones, they said it in the third one that Davy Jones is actually supposed to be ushering out the dead. You know what I'm saying? And the dead supposed to have their path out of here. But see, what the white man has been doing based upon laying down so much ignorance, the dead are finding their path back to here because they're not getting what they need down here. So it was about trying to get Davy Jones back, you know what I'm saying, back in order or under control. So what's his name had to go into the underworld, and he did. They went and rescued him. And again, like I said, that whole scene is out the Book of the Dead. The whole journey in the I think it's the pyramid text, the first one about the underworld. And of course they had that whole scene about releasing Calypso, one of the most profound scenes I've ever seen in a fucking movie theater. A black woman in bondage, and then they release her back to her spiritual self. She's saying the shit straight up. I can't even stand being in this motherfucking singularity. Nigga, that's profound shit right there. And released her. You know what I'm saying? So they kept going harder and harder with the subliminals until that shit was just outright. The whole shit was like, look, nigga, we imprisoned the black woman, and we ain't gonna never get out of this shit until we put her back on her throne and hope that she looks back and have mercy on us. That was the whole shit. And niggas just let that shit slide, didn't even say nothing. Oh, not me, nigga. I wrote a chapter on that shit in my book. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. You know what I'm saying? You really went in deep on that in the book.
Yeah, I had to address that shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? A lot of people want me to watch like Lucy and Westworld. I'm like, that's not even deep. See, when they do a movie about metaphysics, they ain't gonna go deep. the metaphysics alone is pretty much going to carry it. And since you niggas study metaphysics or you interested in it, you're going to think that it's like very deep. But when you watch it and you understand the metaphysics and you're not blown away by it or emotional about it, and you're able to watch it like I'm able to watch this in Westworld, I'm going, they're really not going deep. And they're really not saying nothing that hasn't been said already. They're just dramatizing it in a different scenario for a show. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Which is all good and which is entertaining. That's what it's for. But it's not like run out must see. And it's not like I'm not going to check it out anyway. For people to keep telling me I need to see it, I'm going to check it out anyway. You know what I'm saying? It's there. It's obvious. They're promoting it. But the real shows are the ones that propose to be about nothing but a story. And usually that's where, because that's the point of metaphysics, is what's hidden. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So to hide it in plain sight, to talk about it is to talk about it. And it may be interesting and they may make a point on it. No doubt, not just to throw it away. You know what I'm saying? But where you're going to find the true metaphysics is in the hidden. You understand? So when everybody was saying how deep Lucy was, I'm like, it's not deep at all. What was hidden and what was really metaphysical about that movie wasn't the shit they were saying, was the fact that they sneakily put that goddamn white woman in the role of the black woman and as the original mother of creation, and you niggas ain't even say nothing about that. Y'all are so busy worrying about the brain expanding and this goddamn shit, which is all a fucking theory they have. Any motherfucking way. Fuck this brain and this fucking brain evolution. Who wants to be down here at 100% capacity? I want to be where I'm from. If I'm at 100%, you know what I'm saying? That's the entire point. You're supposed to come down here with less function because you're supposed to be under the illusion that you're figuring this shit out.
Right.
To even gain something new. So you have to you have to be put in a place of stupid to try new things. If you're the all-knowing, which is what you are, then why the fuck would you be down here in the first place? See, these are y'all following white people's shit. They know they ain't got the melanin like I talked about. They don't have a universal, everlasting existence. They're trying to find one. So until that, they have the sick notion of staying on this planet forever. And to stay on this planet forever, they need you. Because without melanin, who has the melanin?
Right.
You. So you need to be down here. You need to be making rap music for them. You need to be doing all the shit that you create for them so they can survive. Therefore, they have to keep you dumb. Therefore, in the first Pirates of the Caribbean's Dead Man's Chest, which is the chest of Osiris, which Johnny Depp is playing in that movie. In that first movie, they showed you what everlasting life on Earth would be like. No, tasteless. Everything turns to ash in their mouth. They're saying if you be on Earth forever eating apples, at what point does it matter anymore? You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So that's all they have. They're trying to keep reincarnating on this motherfucker. You understand? You got to understand there's ways for them to find themselves too. Y'all niggas is not peeping shit. All you got to do is watch some documentaries on Netflix about them Tibetan priests. They'll have a Tibetan priest, such and such, Swami such and such. He'll die, and then they'll tell you when the new one's going to be born. And then they'll collect 5 of them who were born at that time, and they'll do tests on those priests.
You talking about the Dalai Lama?
The Dalai Lamas. And then they'll give him the toys and see which one he picks and all the rest of that kind of shit. Mm-hmm. To see if this is him reincarnated. So if we have this system, and you clearly can see this system still in effect, you don't think white people who studied our shit don't know when George Bush, let's just say, is coming back, or who Trump is, or who this one is that? You don't think when they're in them lodges and they call themselves by these old names, they're doing it with a purpose more than just nicknames? Like, hey, I'm going to call myself Humpty Hump. They're doing it with ritualistic purpose. And even if they are so-called not that, if they proclaim themselves to be that, then guess what? They're that. So they're looking at their form of everlasting life as cycles of reincarnation, while you're stuck in it, and you're stuck here under the ignorance of this is all that you got. You understand? See, for us, we could get out of these circles because this particular level of birth and death comes with suffering. And where you are from, where you have the ability to go based upon the light in your soul as your particular connection. There is no suffering. There is no polarity as we know it. You understand?
It's like, them trying to live continuously here on the planet is like saying when I'm in prison, I just want to continue to, I want to be, the dopest shit ever in prison. Who wants to do that?
Right. It's what they call institutionalized.
Mm-hmm.
When you're institutionalized in prison, it's just a matter of time before you come back. You don't know how to survive in the true world. Now, unlike them, they were born in prison. You understand? So they are trying to figure, the 1% are trying to figure their way out, but the only thing they got is the people who made it out. So, for instance, if I broke out of jail, whose advice you gonna take? The guy who broke out of jail and did it successfully, the guy who broke out of Alcatraz, or the guy sitting next to you, told him I got a plan? Like, well, I want to hear the nigga that did it. What did you do to get out?
Right.
So the problem is, black people don't know what they did to get out anymore. These niggas are asleep. So if they can't just ask us and see, when we ran the planet and we knew what it took to get out, we knew it was what? Melanin, right? So without melanin, we knew they was a lost cause. So what was the answer? Just put them in a cave, player. Let them live amongst each other. We can't integrate them amongst us because they can't evolve with us. They will cause havoc, mischief, imbalance because of their lack of melanin. You know that now. The nicest of the nicest white boy, you put them in the crew of black people, you're going to see who's going to fuck up first.
Right.
Police come around, you're going to see who's going to break first. I don't like to lie to the police, sir. Well, all we were doing, me and Shaquan, Shaquan has a little marijuana on him, but just a little bit, sir. He's going to tell. He's going to fold. That's his nature. He can't deal with this abundance of melanin when it starts to radiate. Melanin is a life form. So when we are not full melanin, it could just be a bunch of niggas on some ranking shit. Know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Just playing the dozens. And that melanin starts to radiate because it's creative to play the dozens. This is creative energy. This is what the melanin does. So we thinking of shit, mama jokes. You know what I'm saying? Your pants so tight jokes. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, your breath jokes. And if you ever see a white boy sitting there, they start to look dazed and confused when this shit starts happening real quick. You get what I'm saying? Or if you ever look at a white boy who has the gumption, and I say gumption, to play basketball with a bunch of niggas. So you used to see this downtown in the Village in Manhattan a lot. That was a big basketball court in the Village off of West 4th Street and 6th Avenue. So you see a white boy get on it, and when the niggas is doing what niggas do, you see the white boys always getting frustrated. Well, you played ball. So you know. You played ball.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure when you play with white boys, you could do a hustle on them, and these niggas, you would see the anger and aggression in their face because they know they couldn't match you with none of that.
Oh, yeah, constantly.
But logically trying to play basketball.
Yeah, I mean, it was a constant frustration. You know what I'm saying? I mean, in any time, in any athletics, on the football field, same thing. You know what I'm saying? Just with a couple movements, you know what I'm saying? You get to see the look of what was it? Confusion,
stress, confusion,
right.
Stress, like that. I don't know how to keep up face. And like I said, like you said, it could be in sports or anything you do. It could just be sitting there playing the dozens. They're confused. They just don't have the melanin. They don't have the ticket to get in. And like I said, since you don't even know how to do it anymore, then they don't know how to even ask you. So what they have to do, or what they're forced to do, the 1% who knows, is suck it out of you, drain it out of you, try to beat it out of you, try to experiment it out of you, try to chemtrail it out of you, try to mind control it out of you, try to abuse it out of you, try to vaccinate it out of you, try to chemtrail it out of your ass. All the shit that they're doing is ways to try to get you to act and react to shit, so they can observe how you react, so they, in hopes that they can observe or create a behavior that patterns you. That, remember, melanin is like tuning into a radio station or a frequency. That's what we call rhythm. You understand? That's what we call how we do it. How do you know a black man was there? How do you know a black man? How do you know how a black man walks? How do you know how a black man talks? There's a rhythm that pulls down melanin. So each time someone like an Eminem is created, he's raised up as a god to them, because he will be the example of showing other white men and women how to fucking act in a frequency that perhaps can attract melanin from the ethers. And this is just real talk. This is exactly why they raise up every single white boy that does something black, and they put 30-fold of emphasis on his talent, which there is hardly any, or a mediocre amount, and they make him the top. He's in the top fucking 10. You understand? We watched that documentary with Ice Cube. It's on Hulu. Ice Cube got a documentary about rap, which is a decent documentary because Ice Cube, knowing all these people, got all the interviews. But
you talking about Ice-T?
Ice-T, not Ice Cube, Ice-T. And Ice-T talked to the masters, not just New York masters, which he was thorough at. He went to LA and talked to the masters. But he sucked no other dick like he sucked when he got to Eminem. It was pathetic. I'm so glad you bestowed this upon us, and one of the many masters. You sat and talked to Rakim, Kane, G-Rap, and a whole heap of niggas, even West Coast niggas, Ice Cube, Snoop Dogg, and them niggas. When he got to Eminem, the shit became a fucking love story. Fucking love story, because psychologically, this is what we made to feel. When we see one of them do our thing, it's like almost like they become so fucking special. It's like Jesus came down and said, I knew what you niggas was doing, but let me put a fucking exclamation point on this for you. Or let me put this shit, let me pronunciate this shit correct. Let me pronounce this shit correct for you niggas. I know what you was doing. I know you made rap, but let me pronounce it right for you. I'm called Elvis, Vanilla Ice. You know what I'm saying? What was Chuck Berry? What was Little Rich's guy? No, what was Little Rich's guy was Pat fucking Boone, or whoever. You know, they gave Pat Boone his song, and all of a sudden it went pop.
Okay.
Oh, what one of them? Yeah, I think it was Pat Boone or one of them motherfuckers. But anyway, the point is, they put this exclamation point on it. Like I said, Ice-T turned that shit into you could just feel him nut hugging this white man, while this white man is trying to tell him, no, y'all niggas is great. He started singing the lyrics to Ice-T 6 in the morning, which was a corny ass fucking song, which I just seen another documentary y'all niggas need to watch on Netflix. Just look, it's going to be on there. It's a rap documentary. Excellent shit. And another one, I'm like, this whole format sounds like my lecture of how I went through a whole rap documentary. They hit all the same points I hit in the same order. It's like they used my shit as an outline. Now, their shit is going to seem more profound because they got all the interviews. You know what I'm saying? And there was a lot of shit I didn't know that they filled in a lot of the blanks. You know what I'm saying?
What's that one called? You remember?
No, it's on Netflix right now. I can't remember the name of it. But it's new on Netflix. You'll find it. If you got Netflix, it's easy to find. Cause you know, it's one of the newer ones on there. Damn, I was gonna make a point about that with Ice-T, cause he was on that shit as well. You know what I'm saying? Excellent fucking documentary. You need to watch that. So in this, I'll get back to this. So they are absolutely looking for the keys to everlasting life, and they know it's melanin. So now they're looking for the keys to melanin. So they're trying every avenue. One of the avenues is to think and act like black people. One of the avenues was for you to take your legacy as the chosen people. Nigga, you're the oldest people on this planet. You're the chosen people. You're the oldest person on this planet. You know what I'm saying? You're the most relevant person on this planet in terms of genetic alchemy. Therefore, and you know you are the suffering people of this planet. Because when you hear all of this mythology, all of this verse, all of this scripture about a suffering people who get theirs in the end, you understand? It behooves the next man to take that legacy from you. So he has to classify himself as a suffering person. Now, if anybody's seen the way the Jews live just in Manhattan alone, which I could bear witness to, I ain't seen no suffering. In fact, when I used to work at the drugstore as a young guy, they started doing deliveries at one point. It didn't last for a while, but we was delivering to the Jews' home on Broadway, in Jewish-owned store. I remember going to them. How they had guys to do it, but if I'm being young. If I ain't had no money, you would get a tip. So a nigga wanted a tip. So I said, let me take some of these shits. Used to take some of these baby products to these houses. I used to see straight up niggas in that motherfucker that looked like they were actual slaves working there, still holding white babies like nannies and shit. I was like, and you would see on their face, it looked kind of like they needed somebody to rescue their ass. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
It was like kind of almost creepy. They had on uniforms and shit. I'm like, how you the suffering people, and you got somebody in here suffering worse than you? So by taking this legacy, what happens is they put themselves in a frequency, because all this shit is about frequency. Energy moves, energy comes and goes, and black people have been talking about forever, from every goddamn facet of anything we talked about, energy coming back, where this Holocaust on planet Earth is over. Not just the white people, just your Holocaust as a earthling is over. And in every fucking scripture, there's an entail of that. You know what I'm saying? When the Bureau comes back, when Sirius B comes back, the worlds to come, the Great Mother returns, the Kachina returns, Kali comes back. There's so much shit. Worlds to come. There's every fucking thing. There's always this story about these people being rescued. The 144,000 saved and all of that and all this bullshit. So it stands to say, if man that's going to come back and save us, ain't no Jesus going to come back and save us, ain't none that's going to come back and save us, it's got something in you that's going to save yourself. That means energy that must come into play, that must line up or connect or magnetize itself to an energy down here. So if it's going to magnetize itself to a people, then now we could look at race and the differences in race, which is really just the differences in genetics, and say it must magnetize to something in the genetics in a people. That's going to be the great savior, the great mothership, the great connect. And we really is your soul connecting, like I said, one cup of water connects to the ocean. So when that ocean wells up, if you will, and that's when you have the ability to board that ship, you being that same cup of water, i.e. your soul. So that connection or that frequency comes back in, is got to be a genetic thing that it must be looking at, or a frequency thing. So now you can understand why white people, for, well, two reasons. The first easy reason is because they ain't got shit else, really. But the other reason for the ones who know why they raise up Eminem, because they would need their people to be doing the same fucking thing you doing. To hope they could board that fucking mothership, because really all a soul is really that light or that understanding, that frequency, a down ass nigga. So white people believing if they could become down ass niggas that they could go, and quite frankly, it may be possible because they are actually born from you. So though they are way far down the trough than you, they still may have the ability to genetically evolve into somebody who might go. They just need to. It will not happen off the sweat of our backs, and they do understand it. There's a set of them that understand it, because that's exactly what the movie, the first three at least, of the Pirates of the Caribbean was about. The whole movie was about restoring black people to their whole self. In the movie, when you had this trading company, this Dutch trading company, they were talking about the slave trade and the slave traders, and you could see how they was at every moment getting beat and foiled and baffled because they were trying to bring on this new world, and these pirates represented niggers. And then, of course, when they said they're starting to sing, they're talking about black people. When black people started to sing in America, that was the end result. That was the calling on of the ship, of this mothership, of this energy. You understand? That connects with you genetically based upon your mentality, your frequency. We call that mentality or frequency cool, or being chill, or niggery, or real nigga shit. So they're trying endlessly to become real nigga shit, and when they get a little nigga who got a little bit of talent some sort of way like Eminem, they're going to make him the explosion of the year. Because they would hope, and which has happened, white kids will be able to follow him as an example. So white kids are looking at a bunch of niggas on TV, but even though they don't care, or they make you believe they're trying to stop that, but no, that's what they really want. They need their white kids to become you. But see, when they get an Eminem, it proves to other white kids, it justifies doing it. So now you don't just have to act like Redman, you can act like Eminem acting like Redman. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Eminem acting like Method Man. Because you're going to act like Method Man anyway. Self-esteem, some of them days you may be going, maybe I'm fooling myself. Maybe when I look on the internet and they call me a wigger, maybe I need to comb my hair and just go to corporate America, which they're all for that too, because that's the thing that's going to keep you in the place so they get feeding off of you. So your genetics is actually what's going to free you. So all you have to really do is be a nigga. You understand what I'm saying? And you have to get on the call of the frequency of shit. And really that takes a lot of turning away from wondering about what white people are doing or going to do. You understand? It takes a lot of forward thinking about the true self-esteem of yourself, not the ego, but but truly just what you are. It's really, see, the ego tries to expand or justify what you are. Your true study You should be trying to understand who and what you really are. And then you move and act accordingly. You know what I'm saying? Your genetics are superior to a white man. That's real. Now, see, here's where the problem comes in. See, should you feel better than him? Should you be a racist if you could be? Let's pretend you could be, because you can't, because you don't own or control any monies that dictate how he lives and where he lives and who he pays and who he gets paid from. So you can't be racist, but prejudice, let's just say. It has nothing to do with that. Your action, your reaction, your emotion, like hate and hate mongering, that's an emotion. I'm not talking about emotion. We're talking about facts. Your genetics are superior to a monkey. Do you hate monkeys? Do you feel monkeys should ride at the back of the bus?
Right.
None of that concerns you. So none of it concerns me because I have superior genetics than white folks in terms of my emotional feeling towards them. My emotional is generated by their fucking behavior. You understand what I'm saying? And I hate just as many dumb niggas who act the same way equally. Emotionally. So understanding my genetics is dealing with my reality, not my ego. My ego says because I have better genetics, I should be this, or I should be that, or you should be this, or you should be that. That's an ego thing. I'm not talking about you should, or they should, or we should, or who should. I'm saying my genetics are superior, and I live accordingly. I live my life accordingly based upon my own circle of reality. You understand? Because the next man's circle of reality is just as dumb as anything could be, and me understanding his superior genetics, him as a black man, still does absolutely nothing for his condition until he decides to change his condition. Or she decides to change her condition. So my condition is based upon my true reality, the end. They have you caught up in thinking this is some sort of a bad or a racist statement. That's poppycock. We knew this to be absolutely true. And in fact, they took all of these statements that we knew to be true and turned them around and made them excuses for slavery. So all the things they actually said about you in slavery were actually true to them, but they used the emotions to oppress you. So while these things were true about them, and they turned it around and made it about us, about these inferior genetics, and God put you here to do that, what they then did was use it to justify slavery and justify a social system. What I'm talking about has nothing to do with the social system. What I'm talking about has everything to do with your consciousness. And see, when you forward thinking and you leave them out the scenario, the same way you leave monkeys out the scenario, it's not like you have a feeling either way about a monkey. It's neither here nor there. You understand?
Yep.
It's neither here nor there. To me, they're neither here nor there. They affect me as much as they affect anybody else from a human standpoint in the world. But from my study, they're not factored in. You got enough on your plate, you understand, to be worried about where they go. That's my most entertaining question. Where do white people go? Now, I understand some people ask it to put it in the context of where they go. You understand what I'm saying? But at the same time, I give a fuck where they go. I know if they doing this bullshit they doing down here, they ain't going where I'm going. Because it don't exist. You understand? Don't exist where I exist. So this behavior, they got to cease and desist for themselves to go on. And that's the commentary they were making through the movies when they said we must release the black woman. And he said the words, those who pretend to be your boss, would you have mercy on us, or whatever he says. Those who pretend to be your boss. Because what he's saying is they're pretending to own you. and you're pretending to play along. That's the fucking pathetic part. So when I see Ice-T pretending to love this fucking guy, it's sad. Sad indeed. I can't remember this documentary's name, but it's on Netflix right now. You'll be able to find it.
I think Bradford put it up. It was Hip Hop Evolution.
Yep, that's it. Hip Hop Evolution. A real good. Now, it's scaring me because this format. If you watch my old hip-hop, old-school tape I did with Brother Shabazz, same fucking format. I went through the old-school niggas. I got to Marley Marl. I got to fucking the West Coast niggas. That nigga did the same fucking format. You know what I'm saying? But he was really thorough because the difference is he was sitting down talking to each nigga I talked about, Coca Rock and all them niggas. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, wow. So you heard a little bit more of the backstory of shit. You know what I'm saying? Real interesting. You know, all the way to Def Jam. He talked about there's 4 shows, and they did it like a season. So I don't know if there's gonna be more. But you know, there's actually more they could talk about. But they went from the beginning. They took it back to the origins. They explained in detail. You know what I'm saying? What the movie. The TV show The Get Down kind of dramatized. They did the documentary form of what was really happening. You know what I'm saying? Right. Saying what was going on, how Kool Herc really started these parties. How actually when Bambaataa took the first step out the Bronx, started to go downtown to do these rap shows. And the first place downtown that embraced rap, it wasn't even rap music yet. It was rap DJs cutting these breaks. You understand? Mm-hmm. And
so it's downtown. You talking about Manhattan?
Downtown Manhattan, player, was a punk rock audience. So the punk rock audience made it feasible to make records. This is why, if you remember, the first group to really make records on Sugar Hill, besides the corny-ass Sugar Hill gang, was Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5 and African Bambaataa in the Zulu Nation, correct?
Mm-hmm.
If you remember, they were dressed like punk rockers.
Yeah, they had
that weird shit on.
Yeah,
they had that weird shit on because that was the audience that was buying the shit, niggas. Oh, because I seen these little niggas try to put up Grandmaster Flash and them niggas and say, y'all think we dress funny, but y'all was dressing funny too. Them niggas had to do that shit because that was the audience. Y'all niggas choose to do that shit once y'all have control. See, because we came out of that shit. Flash and them niggas took the hit. They wore what was actually, they had to be popular. So did Bambaataa and them niggas in the Zulu Nation. And they even talk about that and discuss that in this documentary, Hip Hop Evolution. Grandmaster Chasm said, nigga, we was wearing all this shit. We got jealous when he said, what did you feel when you heard KRS-One and them niggas? That nigga said, old. Because we got panties and shit cut up on us and all this rest of this shit biker outfits on. He said, because that's what was popping. You understand? He said that punk rock scene is where they met Rick Rubin, i.e. Def Jam, and so on and so forth. So they tell you how key that particular scene was. You understand? And why it was instrumental and why white people do have a role. And then Flash talks about Blondie, which was a group, a very popular group at that time. Blondie was down at this club. Fab Five Freddy introduced him to Flash. She said, I'm going to make a whole record about you. And then she said the line, Flash is fast, Flash is cool, Francois Savard, and she did that shit in that song, Rapture. He said, after Rapture, everybody in the world wanted to know who Flash was. Now, see, for someone like me who knew who Flash was, and he was already a star, I didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? But to the outside mainstream world, that's how he got on, through this white girl Blondie who was in the punk rock scene. First and foremost, what they are going to show y'all niggas is that they was Kool Herc and them niggas was doing parties in 1973 with rap. 1973. They said the difference is they was lifting the needle to keep the break going. Flash started, he showed that crayon shit they showed in the Get Down. Yep. They had the actual interview with Flash, and he showed how all that shit came about. How you didn't no longer have to lift the needle. How he would catch it, count it, spin it back, let it go, and catch it. And he's going to show all of that, how all this came about. Now, he's going to say, or Melly Mel's going to say, see, Flash didn't have a good speaking voice. Because we know from New York, and they do it now, the DJ would be the speaker. He would have his mic set up. He would be talking. You know what I'm saying? He said, so he used to put the mic and face it towards the crowd and let anybody get on it. He said, Melly Mel and them niggas said, this is what we going to do. Him and his brother, Kid Creole, said, we going to dress up, and we going to put the stage up, and everybody's going to look at us, and we going to do rhymes. And sure enough, them niggas is doing. Sure enough, they became really one of the first ones to be called a group. Then he said all this shit was going on. You know what I'm saying? They tell you the fakeness of that rapper's delight. When you see the way they shit on that shit, it's how we shit on new rap now. I know the record was corny or not the real shit, but I didn't know how bad it was perceived by its peers. And they said them rhymes, Big Bay Hank stole all of them, word for word, from Grandmaster Cass. They're going to speak on it. This is an interesting documentary. Filled in a lot of shit I was just too young to realize. You get what I'm saying?
All right.
So very, very informative. It's like the documentary to the Get Down. A must-see. And like I said, it's pretty much the same format I did in the old school. Go check it. Same kind of... This is exactly how I would do it if I was into that and had those resources. So finally, I'm starting to see more and more about true history of hip hop being documented correctly, which means niggas is really getting old. You know what I'm saying? Netflix got it going on with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Documenting our shit like to the 100 power. Like I'm saying, I can't find no real lies in the bullshit. You understand?
That's what's up.
Right, and it's important because while you think this is for you, or while you think this is something you're doing, this is something that's actually for them, because they're really studying how you do these things. They have to become you. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
We need to have that realization. You understand? We need to have that realization. This shit is all about you, and everything they're doing is not just so you can score and you have a come-off moment. This is all about you and how they study and watch and document what you're doing, because everything you're doing is calling forth or calling back your origin. You understand? And they're hoping to get on this ship with you.
It's the same reason why you see the massive rise of white folks participating in voodoo.
Well, they always was trying to do that corny shit without no melanin, of course. They could see, a lot of this voodoo has come down to logical ritual, and you can use your willpower to get some results. You understand what I'm saying? That's like, they've always been trying to hang out with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? From the days of Marie Laveau, she serviced mostly white folk. You know what I'm saying? But you don't see them fucking her. See, in New Orleans, they made voodoo a novelty. You understand?
Okay.
So that kind of white folks in New Orleans voodoo is what you hear. You don't see the motherfuckers in Haiti getting down. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure you could find one or two, but no, all that dramatized and weekend. So they talk about, Marie Laveau talks about it. She used to do performance ceremonies. Hold on one second. TJ, gotta do that water for me, brother. Do it tomorrow. Like, she talks about performance ceremonies of her, with a bunch of tourist-ass white folks, you know what I'm saying, doing drummings and dancings at night. And it was a total performance, you get what I'm saying? Now, when we went to New Orleans, me and Visa and Tracy, we go to the voodoo store. This shit is just...
I can't find the answer to the question I heard.
This Amazon acting up. Shut up, Amazon. So, when we went into these stores, these are totally white owned. You know what I'm saying? Totally whitewashed, whited out. You understand what I'm saying? This is a white establishment. Then we went into the second one, which is dedicated more to Marie Laveau, or at least has a name on it. So as we was shopping, one of the white boys did start talking to me. I can't remember what sparked it. I just think Visa was asking me questions, and he just seen I knew what shit was. Because they asked me who was that. Oh, that's Babalu Aye. And he was telling me, oh, that shit is authentic. All this shit is from the continent. We went got this, we went got that. He said, yo, this is the Palo shit right here. And he didn't hear me say the words or nothing. He said, this is the Palo shit. We got this from the Paleros in the Congo, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, wow, that shit is banging. You know what I'm saying? You know, of course, they don't let you take no pictures, and that's what makes it deep. No pictures. And you know, it's all their shit. You know what I'm saying? All their shit. They're sitting on this shit. So they always been, you know, ain't no doubt about that. You gotta remember, they have nothing else. You understand? You know what I'm saying? They have nothing else. There is nothing. So they have nothing, and it is nothing. Then all they got is us, and all they have is the chance to make it seem like it ain't about us. You understand what I'm saying? Because once we get them to believe, once we believe that they believe it's about us, then maybe we'll say the words, "Hey, what if it's all about us?" And then we'll do something accordingly. You understand what I'm saying? So they have to keep creating this illusion that it's a handful of white people into this shit. No, they into the darkest of the dark shit. That voodoo shit ain't enough for them, player. They into the darkest of the dark shit. You hear about the rituals they do and what they doing and the shit they coming up with collaborations. They had a fucking deity. It was a collaboration of some Zarabanda, Osiris, and one other deity. They was making new motherfuckers with all this energy because they understand that's what it's about. Ain't no guy named Osiris. You can make up anything you want. Osiris was made up at one point. You understand?
Yep.
So you can make up anything you motherfucking want. And they understood this shit. You understand? So they doing that shit all the time, naming themselves by them names. You get what I'm saying? So they know. You know, they know this is what it is. Oh, we was only on for an hour and a half. I'm going to go to about another hour, then we're going to dead this shit tonight. I told you this is going to be early. I was ready to stop now. So I told you it was like 11, 12. So we're going to go for another hour, then I'm going to dead this shit. Y'all niggas going to have to find something else to do tonight, baby. All right, so, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what it is, kid. Them trying to get into this frequency based upon melanin. Like I said, they doing the same thing over. They telling the same story over and over because they really ain't got nothing. You understand? It's all about us, and they're trying to figure out ways to trigger us without triggering us. You get what I'm saying? That's where it's complicated. So how do you do that? You put out a movie like Matrix, right? And you see the action-reaction, and then you put us back to sleep real quick. You understand?
Right.
Because it's a way of gauging, you understand? It's a way of gauging where you at in the game, how far in the game you at, and then putting you back to sleep. It's a way of testing so they can see, because like I said, they ain't got nothing without you. So every once in a while you get a book. All these books I read become the same stories or different angles of the same story over and over again. Then every once in a while you get one of these motherfuckers that give you a breakthrough that is fucking phenomenal. One of the hardest books to read and one of the best. One of them breakthroughs I'm talking about is the ISIS Thesis by Judy K. King. It will be the hardest shit you read. She's even got a companion book to go with the shit. She has a website, ISISthesis.com. Look it up. ISIS Thesis by Judy K. King. She was a doctor, and she breaks down 800 hieroglyphs to the human body. And she will break down shit on levels you just think you deep, but you ain't deep. she'll break down the DNA and this lactic acid that's in the left side of your DNA that must mix with the right. And then she'll tell you that's why Horus is on the left side of the breast. Horus represents this lactic acid, and the two intertwining represents Set and Horus. She'll break this shit down in the body on the microscopic DNA, cosmic and quantum level. It's just as hard to keep up because she used so many new terms that you ain't heard before. But that's a breakthrough book for you. Judy K. King, The Isis Thesis. Very powerful shit, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, it's one of them books that you're going to read and hear breakthrough information. And that comes out of a group of people. They always present it like it's one person. The same way that bullshit Harry Potter series, I don't believe that's from one lady. Because she was all this occult information she got, she was a goddamn teacher before. You get what I'm saying? And she said, I just decided to write some books, and they're that deep and that occult. That shit sound fishy.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like some people feeding her.
Right, like she's telling us, or at least the information is being fed to her, or whatever. But you know, every once in a while they give you some breakthrough shit. That's a breakthrough book. Yeah. So what?
Yeah, I was looking at the what they're talking about with it. Yeah, it looks like it's definitely doing a deep dive. And the funny thing is, though, it's like, you know, as they try to, you know, keep us asleep, you know, as you're talking about, so they give us a little bit, take it away, as you highlighted real good or excellently in your book. How I guess when we are waking up, what are the signs that we are waking up, or that the plan's not working?
Well, the fact that we here, you know what I'm saying, that's the oldest one. Because technically, if their plan was working, nobody should get up at all. Nobody should be having this conversation at all. How can I exist if this shit is working? You understand? And I can't exist without at least thousands of black people. At this point, it's hundreds of thousands. You know what I'm saying? But thousands of black people who haven't heard this word just from me alone. Not to mention all the other master teachers. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Your Bobbies, your Phils, your whomevers. You know what I'm saying? Your Dr. Blair, your Dr. Aleem, your C. Freeman Els, your Dr. Jewel Pogram, your Sonia Barretts. How is anybody hearing Wayne Chandler? How is anybody hearing any of that shit if it was working? You understand? It's only working on those who actually came here that's as their work. You know what I'm saying? So some of these motherfuckers came here to be idiots. Like when you watch that rapper that we talked about last week with the Red Blaze, that nigga literally mumbles rap. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I like shine and sunshine. It's like, nigga, this shit is not even this nigga is an absolute donkey's ass. You know what I'm saying? A foolish mule. You know, and you gotta look at him like, no, he's doing exactly what he came down here. What else could he be? You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
What else could he be? Like, what else could he evolve from? You know what I'm saying? You can't come back from that, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You can't come back from that. You shit on Tupac and Biggie, nigga. You can't come back from that. You don't shit on them because that's just not the shit to shit on. You know what I'm saying? Kanye West said some true ass shit. And true the way I see it, because this is how I felt. He said Tupac was an ill dude, but his records weren't that. He wasn't a great rapper. But he knew how to make good records, great records, profound records of the time. And, you know, he was too fucking pop. You understand? But as a hip-hop and you don't stop, nigga, he wasn't that ill. He didn't put it together that ill. It was niggas who was, you know what I'm saying? Now, I would have never said that shit being in part of the game. You understand what I'm saying? If I was relevant in some music shit, that's not the shit you say. You understand?
Right.
You may think that, because I thought that, but I'm smart enough not to say it. You understand what I'm saying? So that nigga there is 100% off his fucking meat wagon. You understand what I'm saying? There's things you just don't say. So this little nigga. Now, even what Kanye said is a no-no. And that's a real critique. That's a real opinion. That's a real, let's even go as far as say intellectual opinion that a lot will agree with. I agree with it, right? But you still wouldn't say that. Then you got this nigga who says, fuck Biggie and Tupac. There's no intellect to that. That's just saying, I'm better. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna say, oh yeah, his ego. It's not his ego. His ego doesn't even have the intelligence to be that clever, to be that egotistical. His ego's not even big enough to be that egotistical. This is from sheer ignorance. Even ignorance is too nice. This is from sheer, this is some nigga this is a clone nigga. This is a nigga that has no spiritual fortitude. Nothing in him is guiding him or can guide him to even have the common sense to say, let me leave that alone. Number one, because it don't matter that I say this. You understand? Because the same stupid people playing my stupid records going to keep this stupid shit going. So it don't even matter to say that. You know what I'm saying? I think somebody kept asking him to rhyme one day. He's like, I ain't rhyming to that new shit, put on my shit, then couldn't even rhyme to his own shit. When you hear this, you got to look at it logically and say, some of these motherfuckers came down here just to do this shit. And it's for you. You understand? It's for you. Because when the world's looking at him, guess who they not looking at? Us. We just sound like a bunch of egotistical motherfuckers who ain't doing nothing. And ironically, though, a lot of motherfuckers in this fucking on this call, in this chat room, are bunch of motherfuckers come to run their mouth, flex, don't know shit or very little shit, just because they could talk about what they heard in some fucking YouTube lecture. All of a sudden, they have some truth. So anybody who's even trying to pay attention to this, look at this shit and go, man. And even if they say, this guy panicked may mean something, they'll say he's talking to a bunch of motherfuckers who ain't doing anything anyway. Really? What does it matter? He could be the greatest motherfucker ever, but his audience, though, I'm sure, you know, we getting victories. Don't get me wrong now. It ain't a total loss. And what is actually being done cannot be measured by any white man. You understand?
Right.
Can't be measured. So I know what's being done, and I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm being told, and I know what I'm being told is being done, and I see what's effective. You get what I'm saying? But if I had a job, I'm going to look at the grand scale of things. You get what I'm saying? I'm going to, let's just say, okay, let's pretend this is what's happening. I'm going to look at what this guy Panic is doing. All they got to sit in that chat room for 5 minutes. They're going to say, nothing popping here. I'm going to move on. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Nothing popping. Niggas talking about the Humpty Hump. And they don't have the close relationships I see that people in personal victories and where I do see breakthroughs. So it is breakthroughs. Otherwise, I'd have been and gave this shit up. Became a fisherman or some shit like that. But they're not going to see that because They're going to look at what's happening on or what y'all manifest. And that's by design. Bobby talked about that. He said, just like we have a mission to come down here to do whatever, or we're going to call it that, motherfuckers got missions to come down here and be dumb. Just so they could throw goddamn, what do you call it, a smoke screen up in front of what we're doing. So the same thing with niggas on the planet, you know what I'm saying? A lot of these niggas are here to throw smoke screens, because if you look at the state of consciousness of rap and think that's where black people are, you would totally feel you're winning. Your ego would tell you, nigga, we got this in the bag. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. We got this in the fucking bag. And you can see it by when they do shows and movies like Gods of Egypt. They just totally disregard you. Because, you know why? Because they feel you don't even claim that shit. There'll be noise. There'll be rumbling. But the black masses don't even claim that shit. Niggas don't even know what they did in Gods of Egypt is an offense to you. They don't even know it's an offense. Based upon their lack or disconnection with who and what they are. So some motherfucker came here to be dumb. And that's why we can evaluate what they're doing. See, so now when I see Gods of Egypt, let's just say, what I see is desperation. You understand?
Right.
While most black people think that's the way it is, grew up on that fucking Charlton Heston Moses shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So they grew up on that bullshit. Like, even now, the Gods of Egypt is coming on. They're showing in the hieroglyphs white faces. It's not like that. It's almost amazing, the mind control. You go to the Museum of Natural, history or art or whatever it is, and that's where they have all the different continents, and they have this big Egyptian display or whatever they call it, whole side of the building. And they have all of these stellar reliefs with hundreds of clearly black people. Not even like, well, you know they're black because look at the nose. These are some black motherfuckers. They are painted as black as Elijah on these fucking walls, darker than me. Constantly, not a couple, constantly. And you see nothing but white people taking pictures in front of that shit like it is their shit. Move out the way, nigger. About to take a picture.
Right.
And I'm sitting there like, wow, it's not like you don't, what are you, crazy? You don't see that this has nothing to do with you? Or you could even tell when white people come to some black shit and they take pictures and they're in front of it, they look like they're in front of somebody else's shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
The one time I noticed it, when I started hearing country rap in New York, I remember, first of all, rap dominating New York. White people who loved it, they was outsiders. You would see them come, they would try, niggas would clown them. I remember Freddie the Fox, just called this nigga Bumpy Knuckles, got on and just clown white people for just showing up. Here y'all niggas go. Just showing up at a rap show. I remember they threw that country shit on. White people started rolling their teeth and moved me off the dance floor, bumping me, or looking at me like, nigga, stop interrupting this shit. I said, just the mere fact that they could try to have an attempt to dance to it, I knew we was going down a dirty, dirty path. A dirty, dirty path. Just the fact that they were attempting to dance to this shit, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Sick. And just the ownership that I started to see them start to develop about this became real curious, you understand? Until it became what it is today. So they always had, I could tell it before and after, with this ownership mentality versus this visited mentality, you know what I'm saying? And I see them with the hieroglyphs, they have a motherfucking ownership mentality standing in front of a bunch of your family pictures.
And I mean, it's true with everything. I mean, whenever you look at, you know what I'm saying, You know, so you know, I saw this white dude on the internet, and he had this Indian name, and it's supposed to be a yogi, and you know what I'm saying, all this shit. It's a constant attempt to basically try to be a part of our culture. You know what I'm saying? It's a constant attempt, just like you're talking about earlier with, you know, with Eminem and everybody else. It's a constant attempt to try and be a part of, to be a part of history, to act like you was there.
But look at it this way, though. Because you'll say it, and most people say it. It's an attempt to be a part of our culture, right? Mm-hmm. And when we say that, that's another way of saying if we have a culture and it's our culture, then somehow they're not being a part of their culture, right?
Okay.
But they have no culture to speak of. So they're not trying to be a part of our culture. They're trying to be a part of life, which what we call our culture. It's the only way out. I'll do you one better. The motherfuckers need to change their names to them fucking Indian names. That's the only way. What they need to do is stop trying to submit to your power. That's the only way. What we call our culture, which is a reflection of what we are, is only the methodology we use to get into these frequencies. They're going to have to use this. The problem is he needs to be the Indian shaman for whoever his people are. You understand? Because he needs to speak to the genetics of them. Same way the Buddhists, Buddhism is a methodology, now a religion, but was a methodology, Zen Buddhism and all the rest, all of these type of things with methodologies to find light, they have to find it that way too. So when we say they're taking our culture, that means they're leaving their culture. They have no culture. Everything they have, the Moors gave them at least, that we don't do. The Moors designed for them, for their genetics. So they have so many alcohol fests because what alcohol does, I can't remember, Dr. Afric talked about it, does a different thing in their system than it does to us. That's why they need a lot of alcohol in their system. That's why they drink like they fucking do. So that's why they'll have a lot of Oktoberfest and Beer Fest and liquor and shit over there. They kept giving them, the Moors kept making fucking liquor out there to give to these motherfuckers. Because they understood genetics. It wasn't about how you felt, genetics. So they have to take our shit. There's nothing else to speak of. Everything is ours. So when they finally start naming themselves after us or these frequency names, good, because that's the only way they're going to save themselves. We just have to remember, that ain't got nothing to do with you. They could name themselves. See, what we get mad at as they'll take it and then they'll act like you ain't got nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? And that would disturb anybody. But we got to stop fucking caring. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We got to stop caring. Like, because they ain't got no other choice but to be that. And they know it. That's why they'll do it with arrogance too. You know what I'm saying? So this guy that you've seen, I'm sure you could feel and sense the arrogance in whence he was doing it. Because he's mad that he's got to. Because really, if there was a path, think about this. Whatever he's doing, for whatever reason he named himself King Hotep III, Rapping Rodney, whatever he named himself for this, if there was something in the white world that matched it, why wouldn't he be doing that?
Right.
Nothing, when he found whatever path he's trying to promote or whatever for either him or his people, he could not find nothing in the white world that added up to it, so he had to submit to where it really comes from. Booyah. Us. It's all about us. And the faster we realize that, it ain't no us versus them, it's us or bus. It's our way or the highway. Better flow this way or ain't gonna go no way. So what you got them is trying to go our way by stealing, by putting us under duress. You understand? Then you got that other one that's going to just try to claim what you are, which we talked about earlier. How the Jews claim your frequency. So I'm sure he's doing that. It don't work. It won't work without melanin. It don't matter. We talking about this because of our ego at this point. Don't matter. Know what that white man could call himself? Brother Panic. And it fucking will matter. It's not going to matter nothing. My biggest concern is don't get that bitch confused with me, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But he has nothing on the other side of that coin to go to for this. They did. You know, a lot of crews did establish things for white people to have a metaphysical and occult path. They just said, fuck it, I'm going to turn on my father. Cut you out the game. You understand what I'm saying? And make you believe that I am the game.
And the Moors knew they were going to do that.
If the Moors are anything like the ones today, who knew? I would say the spiritualists would know. You know what I'm saying? And of course, you know, at that time they were spiritualists. So I'm sure. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure we know more about what was going to happen here than we know right now. What was, you know, think we know. So I wouldn't doubt it. You know.
So how was, you know, what's looked at as Satanism now? How was that, you know, I guess, you know, taught to them back then, or you know, how did we?
Satanism is nothing more than just a made-up thing by a guy named Antoine LaVey. It was an answer to Christianity. So basically, everything a Christian would do, the Satanist does the opposite. You fuck and drink till you fall out. You get into this life of debauchery. There's no inhibitions. And they call it Satanism. And then he tried, there's a book, The Temple of Set, which you could tell they used to be Satanists. I tried to read it, but I'm like, no, they're trying to make it deeper than it was. And even they shit on it. They said, you know, it became cool at one part because you get a card when you join the Satanist group, right? Antoine LaVey's group. He made the Satanic Bible and all the rest of that shit. So when you join this group, you get a card. So it became more about the card and flashing the card at parties. Oh, I'm a Satanist, certified, and showing your card. It became more about that than actually anything they were doing. So it became an excuse to have orgies and fuck. But black people shouldn't be into Satanism. That ain't got nothing to do with you. That has everything to do with a particular group that, what is it, 60s, 70s? They tried to make it deeper than it was, but it really wasn't. It was just about empty rituals, putting up Baphomet pictures and throwing two fingers in the air.
That's more of a social thing.
I guess you could say a social thing, more of a social thing, but yeah, I guess that, but a little bit more. Same way the church is a little bit more than just a social group. But it was just a satanic answer to the Jesus question. So when you ask the question, what would Jesus do, or what would Satan do? Well, the opposite of Jesus. You can't fuck out of marriage. Well, the Satanist says that's what you must do. So there's really no,
Right, so it's not like it's profound occult science.
No. Far from it. You know what I'm saying? They've been trying to make it profound by connecting it to more things. Like I said, there's this whole fucking Bibleized book of Set, part 1 and part 2. So I'm like, boom, I'm going to get down with some Set Typhon shit, some Sethian information. And really, they're just praising Anton LaVey for the first fucking opening pages. And then after that, it's just more of that philosophy. Just ask. I'm skipping through it. I'm like, oh, this is a waste of fucking money. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And but like I said, you read the Anton LaVey shit, it's just just nigga playing dress up. And even like I said, even in that said book, he shits on. I can't remember what he says, but he talks about the downhill of it as it became more popular. And he speaks on it how it never really hit the stride of the idea that it could been, and the idea that it could been ain't really that the shit, but the idea he had in mind that when they start connecting Set and Set worship and this Egyptian Set shit, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And they never really did, so he was trying to do that, I guess.
And so when you're looking at the different rituals that, they're practicing, now you're talking about mixing up, and creating new deities and whatnot, that's dealing with our shit, like the real occult shit.
Oh yeah, no, that's our shit. Our shit is technically, if you had to put a regular human name on it, energy work. So all of these deities were definitions of energies. And us working these different deities is working different energy streams. That's why you can find the love goddess in every culture pretty much, because we understood that energy, and even though we gave it different names, different attributes, we understood that we needed to work that energy for many things to manifest. You understand? So we were doing direct energy work. Satan is just another definition of polarity, actually. You know what I'm saying? So there's no man named Satan. There's no Satan to worship. There's no deity to worship. It was about invocation. You understand? I don't worship Hanuman. I invoke the energy. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
I don't worship Lakshmi. I invoke the energy.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that. So meaning the whole concept of the shit is different. You understand?
Yep.
Even the white man who created gods of Egypt apologized to black people, I heard later. Sorry, had to do it. You know what I'm saying? My bad. Right. And you seen in the end, he did something where I think the little black girl gave Horace back his eye. So they know. You understand? Because we start seeing these movies and then we tend to go off on them as if, white people don't know, and they keep making this same mistake and this same ignorance over and over again. We need to show them who the real Khnum is, what that really means. You know what I'm saying? Like I did this breakdown of what's his name. There was a time on Blog Talk early on where everybody thought these old black idiot motherfuckers, they old and read a couple of fucking books. So of course they on Blog Talk just pontificating dumb shit constantly. Nothing cutting edge, nothing new, nothing where they could give black people a new study or something greater to expand upon this pride shit. You know what I'm saying? So when they heard me, one of the motherfuckers, one of these ladies, heard me like, she calls Miss Blue. Never let that guy back on the show again. All of that cursing. So Miss Bluto said, wait, I think you misinformed. I'm not giving this man an opportunity. This nigga has his own following. He should never. And they was talking about my breakdown of Avatar when I was breaking down that when in the movie the guy was saying to the black girl, the original girl was saying to Jake Scully, the white man, these words, I see you, which was another way of saying you exist, or as a white man you exist, which Avatar is another movie of that. The white man trying to get into our frequency. Yet another example. But I see you. So she She had to get on the radio and start telling everybody, no, I see you means namaste. Namaste means the God in you. Look, bitch, everybody knows what namaste means. But what they're trying to project in this movie is a different thing. Like I said, black people are so stuck on their own information that they can't even think outside of it. So used to repeating and saying something that they may have discovered, and to discover namaste and to feel it's so fucking profound that you see it everywhere is pathetic to me. Once you see and understand namaste, can you see how it can be used as a weapon?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're doing here. To weaponize. If it means I see the God in you, right? And white people have not earned the genetics for the frequency of gods yet, and they're sitting around saying namaste all fucking day, can you see that that's now a fucking weapon? Because on the other hand, you would complain, that same fucking idiot would complain about Elvis stealing our music and all the rest of that shit that we complain about. But the same as you had this trend of white people saying namaste, which means I see the God in you, no one's saying, oh, y'all can't see this trick right now. They calling themselves out their names. Meaning for them to call themselves this or to put themselves on this genetic level takes away from your consciousness. Or puts them in a category which they're just not. And like I said, I'm mindful of genetics, not for hate, just for frequency. I'm speaking to my genetics because what I speak to is too complicated if you haven't evolved to this level to understand. I don't speak 3 times tables to fucking monkeys. I don't do it.
Yeah, and I think that also there's, it's just not known at all amongst, the common masses. And really, I didn't see the level of the significance of understanding how to look at symbols until I took the class. You know what I'm saying? Right. And that's what you was doing. You could see the symbology of it, and she's just looking at the more the overt, what's overt.
Nice. If we understand this whole entire game is about symbology, how could you not understand it? All the Kemetic people left behind you is fucking symbols. All they did was leave behind symbols. Because they understood that's the game. That's the shit that makes up your mind, for real. All that shit on the outside. And when I told my aunt about this, my aunt said, oh, I know her. She been an asshole. I said, oh, okay, makes sense. And it started to get me to understand not just this person, but how left behind black people are, because we're so looking at these, like you just said, overt answers. I remember one of the deepest niggas. He was doing his blog talks and talking about occult science and everybody should be down. Went through this whole rant about how irrelevant decoding movies were. That ain't going to do nothing. I said, for someone who's supposed to be talking to spirits and spirits speaking symbols, that's the greatest thing you should be doing. Starting to learn this language through something that you're used to dealing with day to day. Once you start decoding movies, then you can move on to your dreams. And when you're decoding your dreams, you're decoding spirits. You're talking the language of spirituality, the language of your primordial subconscious mind. Fucking pictograms, nigga, icons.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't know or don't understand this concept, you shouldn't even. You're not even in the game. You know what I'm saying? You're not even in the game. This I promise you with everything. So when I'm talking about the symbology of this, you know what I'm saying? Like you said, when I'm talking about the symbology of it, and she's talking about this actual fucking thing, which any third grader with a fucking YouTube channel could find out. It's not even pathetic. It's beyond pathetic. It's not even like an answer. You know what I'm saying? It's like something I should just start weeping about. Like, this is our real intelligentsia, if you will, or this is really what it's come down to. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Your defense, your Deepak Chopra-ish defense of everything and everyone. You gotta understand, we here doing different things. We have different plights. I know we're all one thing. No, that fucking shit ain't true. That I told you about this morphic field grid. There's an actual frequency of everything in existence down here. For instance, that's the 12 monkey mind, they call it. Monkeys on the island, they started feeding them and treating them a certain way, giving them tools. They started using those tools. Monkeys on another island with no contact with the original knew how to use these tools and started doing the same thing. How? That's what they said. And this, of course, they were talking about quantum, this quantum connection of everything being connected. And we're under the illusion of separation. That once these 12 monkeys, or however many monkeys, got this, it was then the potential for all of the monkeys, this information. And do you know how they know that? We've been talking about it tonight. When Eminem figured out rap, they raised them up because all the other white monkeys would get it. Because they understand, even if you don't understand, they do have a different field grid, morphic grid. White people and black, not just all one human thing. It is different. And that's why they're doing what they're doing, because they're trying to add to their field grid. When one dude brings it up or touches it or does it, that the people have access to it. We're not even sharp as monkeys because we're still not in our spirit. We'll still think we're separate individuals doing our individual thing for our individual plight under God's plan. So we don't know how to access what other people access, but we do it subconsciously, though, right? What happened when we found out the DC snipers were black? Oh man, I really didn't think they were black. You personally embarrassed. You ain't shoot nobody. But how come or when you watch something on the news, black man beats an old lady silly, and then you're like, oh shit, you know what I'm saying? Right. It's a shame he had to be a black man.
How about the celebration when Barack was elected president?
Yeah, right. When Barack turned president, we won. Because you know you're in this morphic field grid. You understand? That connects one black person's achievement to yours. Or I'll do you one better. None of you niggas in America were slaves. But why do you feel such a kinship to slavery? Why do niggas who were never slaves still be like, we working hard, boss? Still kowtow, shine the white people without no other reason besides it seems to be something in their DNA. This morphic field grid, one person, like you said, Obama's a great example, that we all made some fucking achievement, is real. It is real. But see, what you've been talking about, we're all the same, we're all one. Maybe, listen closely, maybe we all should be treated the same. Or treated based upon our behavior, whatever. I'll let people who do that figure that out, because I'm not talking about treatment. What I am talking about is you're a different species. And that morphic field grid tells you that. That's why when they do some shit, they blowing it up, because they hoping this will resonate, this breakthrough of Eminem. See, Eminem for them is a breakthrough. This breakthrough will resonate. And to the point where the entire race would benefit from this. So we need to understand that. So what does that mean when we have us who are conscious? That's the true test of what's really going on in this morphic field grid. You understand? That's the true test that tells us where we're going on. So you remember Bobby used to say, I used to say, once, that's all right, they ain't got to be conscious. We're the ones doing the work.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That means, because we're the ones adding consciousness to this morphic field grid, and all these dead niggas will benefit from it. And they're in the frequency just based upon being on Earth, living in this nigga shit, wearing our hip-hop shit, doing what we do. See, spiritually, that little rapper that we were talking about, it's worse for him to get out or shit on Biggie and Tupac because it puts him outside of the frequency. You understand?
Right.
Even if you feel a certain way based upon your era, because let me tell you, we may not never know how badass Smokey Robinson was. My son may never know, let's just say, or Marvin Gaye. But my son is not stupid enough to shit on them, you understand?
Right.
My son understands how important they were. So I wasn't into jazz. And I don't know none of, besides, I think it was Bitches Brewer or one of them that Miles Davis made or something sophisticated bitches or something like that. And I only remember because it had bitches in it. And I barely remember it if that's it. I don't remember none of his albums. You following what I'm saying?
Right.
But I know. I ain't going to sit down and, well, Miles Davis wasn't all of that. We passed that. Hell no. Which then gives me access, even though I didn't listen to jazz, I'm not into jazz, to that frequency. To that particular time, those people brought down a frequency. Like I told you last week, Sammy Davis Jr. and them hoofing niggas brung a frequency. All that leads up to today. Everybody's taking one step closer to the end result of bringing back this particular Nirvana, which and whence we came from.
That song was called Bitches Brew.
Bitches Brew, okay.
Thanks, Botanical Escape.
Okay, somebody did some shit called Sophisticated Bitches.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll see if somebody come up with it. If not, y'all niggas need to make an album called Sophisticated Bitches. You say, let me see if I can change it up. All right. You can still hear the echo?
Nah.
I hear plenty of echo. Well, let's see. It probably is coming up. But anyway, we're going to end this anyway. I think we have to end. So, like, all said and done, you know what I'm saying? There we go. The echo's going. When it's all said and done, like I said, we have to stop looking at everything outside of us, start looking within, and just really understanding yourself. You got to really, like, be yourself and understand yourself. I'm not even going to blow the sister's name up, but she texted me today. Like, I could talk to the saints, I could talk to my grandmother, but I can't talk to one deity. What can I do? I'll even pay you to talk to them. I'm like, talk to what you're talking to. Be yourself. Enjoy this moment. I'm looking at the grass is green on the other side. Whatever's happening to you is supposed to be happening to you. Enjoy it while it's happening. Live it to the fullest. Stop looking at something else. Maybe that motherfucker don't want to talk to your ass. You know what I'm saying? Talk to what you could talk to. Work, try something else. Stop looking towards me to save you and start looking towards yourself to save you. I love this sister. She's my girl. I was like, this is like really childish. She's like a kid. She took it because it was lightly when I was saying it. I'm like, it is a child. You have to grow up a little bit and say, it just is what it is. I can do the fact that you think you need to pay me to do this part of your work is not good. It's not good at all. You took my class. You should be able to do this. And if you can do this, you should be doing whatever you can do. And then question within yourself the actual words, I can't. So it's not even about me doing it for you or showing you how to do it. It's about you figuring out how to do it. That's what you here to fucking do. That's called your work. And paying me to do it, that's called lazy.
And it's really almost impossible because if you don't do the work, you're never really gonna understand it or be able to live it. It's impossible. So even if you told somebody all the answers,
right,
if they don't live it, it don't matter.
That's exactly true. This whole thing is about self-realization. The end. Ain't no more to it. Ain't no sideways. Ain't no rubbing you till you get there. The only thing I could do is give you tricks, tips, rituals, and understandings, and hopes you take the reins yourself and walk through that door.
Yep.
So if it's not working for you, you need to find ways to make it work. The first thing you need to stop doing is saying that it's not working for you.
Right.
The first thing you need to stop doing. You make shit work.
Yep.
You make it work.
Simple as that.
Simple as that.
Yeah, man. I mean,
so it gets frustrating when I'm like, look, man, come on, man, you should know better. You know, you lucky my girl, you know what I'm saying? I've been cursing your ass out. You should know better. Do what works. You said you only able to talk to the saints, then talk to them niggas to the end. Tell me something they said then. Be able to share something with black folks. You know what I'm saying? Since you can talk to the saints, go for it. What you need to figure out is why they talking to you. What are the saints? You know what I mean? Run that shit to the wheels fall off. Maybe you can't talk to the next one because you ain't finished talking to the saints.
Yep, maybe that's your gift.
Yeah. Or whatever. So, I think we're going to wrap this up tonight for this one, baby. Your book is out, you know what I'm saying? Let God Out. Where can they get your book, brother?
You can get the book at EliahWells.com, EliahWells.com. When you order, of course, I get it out to you. And, you know what I'm saying? People definitely getting back to me with some very, very positive results, you know what I'm saying, after they read the book. You know what I'm saying? More than just inspiration, but, you know, a lot of people are taking action and really, you know, stepping into their divinity in a whole nother way. You know what I'm saying? So there's many ways for you to express it, but this is just another way for you to do it. And I'm definitely seeing people do that, and, you know, taking control, you know, of their world in that manner. So yeah, nice. It's going well.
Nice. That's good to hear. You know what I'm saying? It's good. Let God out. And it's really pretty much the science on how to get the fuck up out of your regular 9-to-5 day-to-day job. You know what I'm saying? So for you everyday niggas trying to, you know, who can't stand it and need a methodology to have no job, to become a gentleman of leisure, such as myself and Elia, brothers like Dane, who else we missing? Mario Polk, my man James the drunkard. Who else? We missing one more dude.
With a brother E. Zane last week, he said he, you know what I'm saying, started up his own business, so he joined the ranks.
Right, he's the pedophile.
Right.
I mean, this is happening, you know what I'm saying, off this book. And, you know, it's good money, you know what I'm saying, good investment. So you heard where you can get it from. And, of course, y'all need to check out my boy Dane's website, Occulteric Tees, OCCULTERICTEES.com, for all the latest T-shirts and consciousness and occult science. You know what I'm saying? Be able to hit him up. Good prices, always something new. So there's always a reason to go back and see his website. So go see what he got brewing now. We're going to have these Necronomicon shirts coming soon. I promise you those are going to be the business. Even if I have to draw the sigils myself, the business.
Yeah, I can't wait for those.
Yeah, and classes, I start classes next Sunday. For those who paid, you're already in the class. You know, the early payers. You niggas just paid. You ain't so lucky. You got a whole bunch of niggas ahead of you. So we're gonna start class next Sunday. I already made calls. Those who didn't get the call, I'm gonna be still making these calls. so we can get this in for this Sunday. We're going to start. Then I'm going immediately into another class to get everybody out the way, and then we should be back on fire with these classes. I got the herb patch. People, I've been a little bit busy. People have been waiting for a minute, but everything's packed. I just had my son go upstairs and pack the rest of it, as y'all niggas probably heard. And they're going to go out this week. So if you've been waiting, have no fear. Your shit's coming. And, everything's all good. Everything's getting back on track. We talking about Cincinnati soon. Still waiting for info from them. Once I get the info, I'm going to create the flyer. Once the flyer people are Cincinnati, I think we're talking about January 24th. We're going to be doing something, so stay tuned for the area near you. And I'm told a lot of shit. Indianapolis is nearby. We said Missouri or Minnesota, one of them.
Near what?
Cincinnati.
Oh yeah, Minnesota ain't that close, so gotta be something else.
The other one, Missouri. It must not be Missouri. Something else they said. Nevertheless, once we get that flyer, we'll know. We'll have the sister Taryn, who's in the class this semester too. So she's going to take it next month, I think she said. She's going to take it afterwards in the next cycle. But she's the one throwing it, and it's going to be on. Like I said, you're going to get a flyer soon. So we're going to see what's up.
Right.
And also on the show when we talk about it. And until then.
Hold on. Also, I was going to say, for all the jewels out getting dropped about movies, symbolism, you know what I'm saying, and understanding those things, definitely should cop your book, Panic, definitely should cop your book of the history of occult civilization. I'm dealing with the breakdown of Hollywood, you know what I'm saying, and the images in Hollywood, how the symbolism used in movies, and really gets into, especially at the start of the book, digs real deep into how Willie Lynch is implemented, through the Hollywood system. So to get a much better understanding of a lot of that, definitely should cop that book, because Panic dives in deep on that, and will completely expand your ability to perceive movies from a symbological standpoint, and especially how it affects the black mind. So definitely a profound book. Should pick that up.
Yeah, that's cool. I would say that's absolutely accurate, and one of the things I had in mind when I did it was for someone who's never heard of it before. So it's not meant to be showing you how much I know. It's meant to give you a lot to know. You understand? And, so yeah, I appreciate that big up. Yeah, the book is available. I said mailing out constantly. So I guess it is a good problem if you look at it, but a problem nonetheless. But it is what it is. I've been making it work, and so far it's been working for the majority of Negroes, and that's how we're going to keep working it unless there's some new technology that helps that shit. All right, so we got all the bullshit radio meet and greet, loving, and what's been going on out the way. Let's get to a little bit of science. Y'all ain't going to get me ranting tonight. I'm going to watch some fucking television. Westworld. But that's another thing. Niggas to stop emailing me about movies I should watch. But make it, if you're going to do that, make it an obscure movie. Not regular shit. Panic, you got to watch Westworld. Nigga, it's on TV. I got Hulu, Netflix, Vudu, and all that shit. 9 times out of 10, the regular shit I'ma see. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Got to watch Doctor Strange, man. Like, okay, I'ma see it. I'm gonna do a little breakdown of it. It's not much to fucking break down, but some of the occult principles that they're using, I could talk about, make it interesting. I'm gonna do that real quick. Really quick. All right, so let's get into some of the share tonight. The share. Remember how niggas used to say that? Thanks for the share. Fucking, let's get to the meat. Suck the meat off this bone, nigga.
Yeah. So actually, what's his name? This was brought up. The whole subject matter was Fidel Castro had a transition, and so Cuba was one of those countries where there was trade embargoes put on it because of of his stance and whatnot, and even though they have a high literacy rate, great health system, you know what I'm saying, the powers that be, whatever that might be, he moved on. And then I was thinking about it because, that came from a revolution. And I thought about the Haitian Revolution and how the same thing happened with Haiti, where it was the only successful revolt by slaves where they weren't able to completely, have their will. And, they got embargoed. So now Haiti is in that state, or is in a state where, financially, money-wise, it's much tougher because of how much they're being blocked out of everything. So that brought up the question of, what is the spiritual significance, of a revolution when revolutions happen? What's the spiritual side of those things?
Well, revolution, I'm sorry to say, isn't by its nature spiritual. Even though, like Haiti and Cuba, you can use spiritual concepts to fight your revolution. You get what I'm saying? Spirituality is evolution or evolution. You understand? So true revolution is evolution for the occultist. But physical revolution is for your personal freedom, let's just say. So you're trying to get the powers that be or the situation that be to revolve in a different direction. You know what I'm saying? Which is necessary if somebody got their fucking foot on your neck. And you last longer, but that's why these particular revolutions are actually talked about the most, because they stayed with their spiritual principles and even adapted their spiritual principles to the powers that be for revolution. So that's the best bet you have in revolution. The problem with this American revolution is just a bunch of motherfuckers who's just mad that shit happened, and they're using words like revolution, but absolutely nothing is changing but their gear. And that's not really even changing because the colors are still red, black, and green. So it's not even like they introduced nothing new in this shit. So nothing's changing based upon revolution, because a revolution without spirituality is worthless. But by its very definition, it is for the physical well-being. Spirituality is for your evolutionary transformation. But because we have become so humanized in these practices that most of these practices are now just human-based anyway. So, for instance, you had what they call Rada Voodoo, which was used in Haiti, and or hoodoo, whatever name you want to call it. But within that revolution, they updated and adapted that our same voodoo religion, which in the first place was updated and adapted from African systems. Coming together under slavery, everyone had a piece of the pie, therefore this voodoo thing was born, trying to incorporate all the sciences of an amalgamation of African systems. This is laid out in the book by Milo Regard called The Secrets of Voodoo, where he names all the countries involved from Africa that made up this new religion called Voodoo. So even that is adapted. So when you hear people talk about initiation and tradition, even that was adapted for their new situation. That's why the saints were incorporated into this system, along with the other West Africans, which the Nigerians' religion pretty much stayed pure, as opposed to getting attacked by this collaboration. But both were influenced by their white slave masters who tried to force saints on them. So from the Orisha thing, the Ifa, Nigerian original religion, it became Santeria. And voodoo, as we know it, even though it incorporates churches and crosses and all this Catholicism, was still marked with the people. And because of this Haitian revolution, voodoo didn't go all the way saint as it possibly could have and retained a lot of its African and dark secrets. Now, as they put this revolution on the Haitian, they still felt the need after the slave thing they had to do with voodoo to update that religion. And that was called Petro. So they started dealing with what you call the Petro spirits. And when you deal with the Petros, a lot of the rituals incorporate gunpowder, because the gunpowder was the actual symbol of what their oppressors were using against them, guns. So then they took gunpowder and enforced this particular item with most of the spirits, including eating it, burning it, spitting it, and all sorts of... So they adapted to this new situation to have a spiritual force to fight this revolution or backing this revolution. And now what you have is a bunch of pretend African imitators in America dressed up, playing dress up like the old Africans of Nigeria, explaining every moment of why this must be authentic and pure by some African standard, when you have a clear example in voodoo how this in our magic was always adaptable. It needed to be adaptable because the spirit or the energy needed to address the new situation you was in. You can't use you can't use Run DMC technology on a Young Thug's record. You understand?
Right.
That was for that time. And Run DMC was motherfucking magical at that time. But if I walked in class dressing like DMC, I think people would ask for refunds.
Mm-hmm.
Why you wear those glasses? So I can see. Niggas say, well, why you talking like that, dog? There was a time you said that shit, you was the man, no longer. So there was a time when you said the Orishas, and you ever notice everybody possessed with the Orishas talk with that same voice? Who are you, my child? Where do you come from? There was a time that voice was hot, and you probably got a lot of pussy. But if I'm in the club, this joint is popping. Who are you, my child? I am Obatala, and I came to do the Dougie. You would say, this motherfucker's a pedophile. He don't deserve his own business.
Right.
And this is the same mentality they're actually trying to get us to believe when they're telling you how and what to do with old ass spiritual concepts. Now, some things ain't gonna change. I get that, because at the end of the day, Run DMC got money and pussy, just like Weezy and them are doing. You know what I'm saying? So the core ain't changing or why you doing it. Just how you address it. You understand? Can be updated. Should be updated. So we have these updates that I'm sure Bobby Hemmings has always been telling you about. I've definitely been telling you about it as well. You could do it like this. You don't have to do it like that. You don't have to use that rule. In fact, why are you using a rule? You should be a scientist. You should be experimenting. If it don't work for that person, see if it works for you. Use your common sense. And these things get ostracized because they're trying to prove something through an old world fragmented system. It's not even a complete system that they're trying to mimic. It's fragmented. And based upon that fragmented system that they're holding on to, it's folly. And what they really don't know, every victory that they got is actually their own mind making it work, not because they followed any rules. So what I teach is how to follow your own mind. Stop getting away from the hype, the fluff. See, you don't understand. Jesus works for Christians. He does. But we know it doesn't exist in the classic sense. But it does exist because how your mind creates entities and deities, just as valuable as Oshun, Obatala, Osiris, and Haru, is the same process Jesus was created. You make these things real. You make these energies real. You project these energies with your mind based upon the descriptions that are either given to you to do or you give them. And then they serve you back based upon the energy frequency that was formerly unnamed, and now you have named as Osiris, Haru, or Jesus, or Mother Mary. Now you have a name and a personality to access this energy, so it will work. The problem with Jesus and Mary as created, those are vampire spirits, and their true face is to actually drain you, and they have. To keep you asking them for a service. As soon as you get it or may get it or halfway get it, you're already in debt for another. That's what they were designed to do, and that's what they are doing. So when you release yourself from those vampiric energies and start to access your true energies, this is where you start to empower yourself. These are direct relationships. Direct relationships. What you have when you join these houses and these groups and these initiation ceremonies to get initiated in something that you have no fucking idea of how to truly access. Once you do all of this ridiculousness, you'll find that nothing in your life has actually changed, but what your mind believed would change in the first place. So what we do as scientists, those who know, is skip the middleman and get directly to the thing that actually produces the change and understand it, which is your own divine mind. And you don't need an outfit. You don't need to get initiated. You don't need to do it at a time of a day. You don't need someone to sit over you and tell you you are ready or you special. Another fucking man or a woman. You don't need a priest to run your life. What you need to do is step up and take control of your life. There's specific methodologies to do this. Teach them in class. Eli's book is a section of that methodology. My book is a section of that methodology. You understand? Everyone who has something to offer offers you a fragment of a way to free yourself or help yourself realize what's in you, what's already in you. So this lack of spirituality or this misunderstanding of your true power is why no revolution works here. Those people understand what their power base is and therefore can bring forth a revolution. Because out of your spiritual reality comes all realities on planet Earth. Out of your spiritual reality and understanding and master of manipulation of it comes all realities on Earth, so-called good and so-called bad. So until you know how to master spirituality, you're going to be led around under the illusion that Earth is dictating how you should act and react, when the true science is you're actually dictating this cause and yet not understanding the effect. So once you start to master cause, then you can start to master effect. And to master cause, the true cause is spiritual. And those people still understand this concept, at least enough to understand this is what they would call on to try to defend themselves by revolutionary act. Because all the shit U.S. did, while it looks like U.S. is on top and running this, they sure enough did not break Cuba.
Nope.
Sure did enough not break them. This stupid, ridiculous shit about this is the greatest place to live on the earth. This motherfucking planet been running for millions of years, and you mean to tell me a few white people came and figured out the greatest land to fucking live in? I don't hear people saying from Canada or France or any of these places that America is the greatest place on earth, but I'm just going to live here. You got motherfuckers who buy into that hype. The weaklings from all them countries come over here. I'm going to be the greatest. And the Indian nigga who's a doctor in this fucking country is driving your fucking Uber, your cab. He's not even in an Uber yet. Still getting hacks in the cab. But he was a doctor in this motherfucking country because he believed that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So those are the weaklings that come here that you see. It's rare you get to meet the motherfuckers in the power base over there. Say, I would never live in this fucking dump. Excited to be here, but I'm doing this to bring this shit back home, player. The Africans I met in the 80s, all them niggas got houses back home, son. Niggas was showing me, nigga, for $24, look what I'm building. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Niggas building mansions in Nigeria, going living in that Christ shit, but at the same time, understand the concept. You come over here and you get money, and you go the fuck back home. And that's not necessarily made it great. That's just the opportunity that calling this motherfucker great lives up to, because it's not great. Because that's Amadou Diallo, who's probably doing the same shit. Lavinda, that got that, what was that nigga's name from Haiti? Got that baton stuck up his ass. By the police. Niggas know. And, you know, it was a big deal when it happened. Al Sharpton level. And all of this to say, that's the price you may pay for being in this motherfucker. You ask any black with his head on halfway right, is this the greatest country in the world? Them dumb niggas are saying, yeah, it is for what it's going to be, not realizing it's not going to be. You will have one problem after another, which is the same shit. Donald Trump ain't nothing but the same complaint y'all had about George Bush. You pick one, father or the son. Ain't nothing changing for you. It's the same problem, just the fucking characters have changed. And you think you're making some sort of evolution. You're so low and lacked in spirituality that they're performing evolution for you. Smartphones turn into watch phones. We go in places. You talking on Skype. We making it. We doing it. This is new. Ain't nothing happening. You the same stuck ass nigga. Don't even understand. Even the technology that they present to you is new. Is actually your shit. You just ain't using it based upon you still trying to intellectualize and reason with the stimuli that they give you. They give you Bush and Hillary, and then all you niggas is doing is just answering the questions that they pose for you. You have to know how to excuse yourself from this thinking. Even Trayvon Martin. Excuse yourself for this thinking so you can start to integrate with your true genius, which is your own mind. You're too outside of yourself. When you integrate with the genius of your own mind, you're integrating with your true higher intellect, your higher self, as these new age niggas call it. But we call it your Ka, your spirit double, or your doppelganger. The part of you that knows, projecting to the part of you under the illusion of being ignorant. Once you break through the illusion of human thought, you break through the illusion of ignorance, and then you begin a life of manifestation. Been trying to teach you this for a long time, niggas. True understanding of manifestation. Manifestation by your will. See, we think because Wheezy, we got cars, gold, riches, or whatever, your riches are being manifested through the white man's will. His definition of what riches is. Our definition of true riches was enlightenment, niggers. So how rich are you really? Let me tell you, and I wrote this in my book today. Denzel Washington said in one of his interviews, we can't bring it with us. The Egyptians tried, and you see how that turned out. And see, you really show how absolutely stupid we are and childish. Because what the Egyptians or the pharaohs were doing, the pharaoh was symbolic of every man and every woman. He was just the earth's manifestation of what you spiritually actually were supposed to be doing. We know it now. That's why every black man, every black woman with no fucking land or kingdom to speak of still call themselves king and queen, naturally. This is something in our spirit, in our Akasha, because the symbolic role of the king and queen is what you were doing on planet Earth, or what you were trying to obtain. So the physical riches of gold, and gold is God, that AU, AU, which is Om or AUM or On, which is the name for God. That's why the AN, that's what it is, with Anubis, Onset and Onsar and all this kind of shit, is actually the name of God, which is the name of gold on the periodic table of elements, which is AU or AN. One AU, I think it is.
Yes, AU.
AU, right, which is on and on and on. It's that same flow. So the pharaohs dealt with gold as it represents the son of God, or enlightenment or light. So when the pharaohs were dying, symbolically being mummified and all the shit they went through to have an afterlife, is symbolically what you're supposed to be going through. You don't have to be physically mummified. They did the physical act and left the bodies behind as a symbol for what your work is spiritually. But we tend to think they was doing this for, they were stupid, and then they would leave or bury the gold in the tombs. What that symbolized was, in the next life, he wasn't going to be using the chariot or the chair. In the next life, these physical riches represented his enlightenment that he brings to the next life that he goes in to actually use the enlightenment. They represented it as physical products. So when Denzel and all these rest of these motherfuckers tried to say they were trying to bring physical products, they just have to assume the Egyptians who built the pyramid, they have no idea, no inkling of how it was done, are fucking stupid as they are. You're talking about people who were brought up on Bible stories and taught to believe this allegory, these metaphors, these symbols were history. So each thing they look at in the world, they apply their ignorance to. So this was symbolic of him taking the riches from his life, which is actually light or enlightenment or gold or God, or that God light, to the next world, which is what you do, what you're supposed to be doing on your path, taking this information, this knowledge, making it become wisdom and understanding, and taking the bounties that you learned in this world, because every world you go through is nothing more than a problem that needs to be solved for you, a question mark that you are supposed to figure out the answer. And if you do not, you get to do this shit over. You do not pass this grade. Shit, y'all being here, good job. You have passed. You have passed this grade, because just to know that there's more. Your subconscious mind, even if you cannot repeat what I said, and you think you need to do so much more just to get this down pat, oh no, your subconscious mind, which I'm talking to, or your spirit, which I'm talking to, hears every word I'm saying. It learns through repetition. That's why you'll hear me repeat a lot of shit. Not because I'm conscious of it, because the spirit is talking, and the spirit's talking in his language. And his true language is symbols, but I can't give you a symbol in blog talk, so I have to give you repetition. So you'll hear words and things said over in different ways, because it's actually training and programming and speaking directly to your subconscious mind. It's getting the true lesson. So when you out of here and you have nothing but your subconscious mind, with no ego or consciousness of panic or whoever was to speak of, you have the training, or your Pharaoh's gold that you use in the next life. And then you talk about, well, they had servants who died in the tombs or was killed in the tombs the same time as them. Well, again, you're using your idea of slavery as servitude. But what you need to understand, that servitude is a form of high alchemy to open the heart chakra. See, if you understood the science of Hanuman, and in that mythology, how he decided, the monkey god decided to go into servitude for Rama and Sita, as a form of his own alchemy, of a form of transforming his own heart chakra. You can understand it's not a master-slave mentality. It's him his submission to submerge the ego, to let pure, unadulterated, uncensored love come through and transform him. Love is the ultimate tool of alchemy and transformation. Love is. But this is pure, unadulterated, unconditional love, which it takes a long time for people to understand love without conditions. Love without conditions. Unconditional love is what they're trying to tell you. And the servant for the Pharaoh had unconditional love for his symbolic position. Not him as a man that he can use her as a beating tool, or him as a beating tool as presented to you over and over in these fucking Egyptian fucking movies. They're being presented to you by people who have been in power, who know nothing else but to beat and to shame you. So this wasn't going on then. Servitude was a form of high alchemy, and you were lucky to be able to get in the position to be this servant, so much so that the true test was that you were willing to die in this lifetime with that master, only to truly become the master. You understand? To truly become the master. That's fire shit right there that you would never know, because there's nothing in place for you to know but your spirituality, where all this understanding exists. So you have to think differently than how this white man has trained you to think. And that's the beginning, or one of the beginnings, of starting to release yourself from this slave mindset that has been created to you and tap into your spiritual prowess. And once you do this, then anything is possible to be ran. And I suggest this be done for anyone in America who decides or thinks they want to start a revolution. You first want to try to get yourself with the true ammunition that you need. You are not going to get guns and beat the man who creates guns. You understand? No more than that white man is going to beat you at your own spiritual game. There's no way you're going to out-college him in college that you pay him to go to. In other words, in boxing, it's quite simple. You don't fight the other man's fight and supposed to win. You may get a lucky shot in, but you need to come and fight in your fight. Your fight is spirituality. And if you feel you need to pose a revolution after your spiritual understanding of true self is in order, by all means, and let the guns blaze and lead the way, along with your deities that help you fire straight and true. But if you think you're just going to outwit with your reason and intelligence, which is the lowest part of yourself and a product of your ego, the same man who invented this debaucherous, unreasonable, violent lifestyle that you're trying to match with a beret on and a fucking flag in your hand and call it justice. Yes, it's justice, but it's not the justice that you truly seek, because it's not dealing with the mayat that you keep talking about when you leave your true self out of this, your true power out of this. So it is not true balance. It is not the true way of us. Like I said, we left nothing to chance. You can't go to a war just saying the ancestors without knowing how to really communicate with the ancestors. And I also bring this up in my book. Spike Lee said his ancestors would never make something like Django. Now, just watching the movie on a fucking basic feel-good level brought me to the understanding, nigga, who the fuck is you talking to? My ancestors who were dragged, whipped, and beaten, actually, I feel they would love to see a movie symbolic of them killing and rescuing a black woman in bondage. So so just saying the ancestors are with you don't make it so. And that's a clear example of that. So just having these flags and berets saying the ancestors are with me don't make it so, because then on the other hand, when someone brings up spirituality, you'll sit there and say they're talking to motherfuckers on Saturn. Well, ain't your ancestors on Saturn? Aren't you the ruler of all the worlds? Aren't you the black man whose divine mind that created all things known and unknown? So why wouldn't you be on Saturn talking to motherfuckers? Why are you just stuck on Earth trying to work out a problem that you never even put into effect? You're working out distraction. If you truly worked out your problems, you'll find there's no revolution needed, because you're not even in a fight with your fucking weight group. You're not even in a fight with someone who's even able to throw up their dukes with you. You understand what I'm saying? If you know what you know. You have lowered yourself to fighting a goddamn tree frog and really got scared. No, go get the spray. You know what I'm saying? Go get the spray. I don't chase water bugs. Get the spray. Get your stuff. Hurry up before it leaves. Get the spray. I think in terms of superiority. And before they come back, we get motherfucking Terminex up in this bitch. In other words, you know how to deal with your problems. With this problem, you're trying to go head up with a roach. You won't need a revolution if you start dealing with your evolution. This I promise. This is not a guess. I promise this. Promise this. Ain't nothing comes in here I don't feel threatened by nothing. I still have compassion for those who are threatened. That's why I teach what I teach. Because I want to show you how it's done. Look, man, you can get away from all of this when you fortify and tap into your true mind. You can get away from all of this. You're being tortured by this man in your mind. You have no real answers. You talk about economic answers. Ain't no answers. He controls money. He defines what money is. You have none of it until he tells you that means something. And because you have more than what niggas have now, or the average nigga has now, you seem to feel yourself as more of something that's empty. Money, or whatever riches, or whatever economic scheme that you have, is a failure by its very nature. Your very enemy creates the definitions. You play and score within his definitions. You have somehow outwitted something that black people should follow. This is pure poppycock, pure illusion, and it's easy and a lower way to catch black attention because every nigga need money. So nobody's really gonna knock when you show them a lot of fucking money. Ain't nobody gonna really knock that because they want some of that pie. But it's a fantasy for what they really and truly are. It may put a nice feeling on you for a while, and if you're in a position to get it, get a nice feeling. But never let your mentality become the one that thinks you are somehow doing something big, bad, and beneficial that black people should be doing. If you find a way to score, by all means, get the score. But don't fool yourself under the illusion that somehow this is a part of what it is. This is low-loving hip-hop ass thinking. This I promise. What you want to do is find and get the true fulfillment you need, and that really exists within inside yourself. It is built inside yourself. Yourself, before you can even have numbers to count when came into existence, always known what's good for it. You just are no longer in touch with that part of you. To get back in touch is to fill that cup, because everybody here listening to this call or had the idea needs something. Even the motherfuckers that hate me. To even say you hate me, you must know I exist, means you must have listened to something. Which means if you had to be looking for something, even if it wasn't me. So that means you're looking for something. You're looking to fill your cup. The key is what fills your cup has already been filled. You are already Prince Akeem. You are Prince Akeem in America that do not know you from Zamunda. As soon as you do what Semi did, send a wire back home to Osiris or Jaffa Joffa, we are in dire straits. We need $1 million. You know what I'm saying? My son works. So as soon as you send that wire back, which is connecting with this spiritual knowing, which is a process, good news, teach it all the time. 31 classes deep at this point of teaching this. And that's just classes. We're not going to count lectures. And once you get back in touch with Jaffa Joffa, back in Zamunda, you'll see you were already walking on roses. There's really nothing missing down here. But your mindset that says nothing's missing down here. So each time, I'm never coming back to Earth. Sure, you ain't got to be emotional about it. Just don't come the fuck back. You ain't coming back based upon your fucking mindset. If you don't know no better, I won't be seeing you next time, but I'm sure the nigga standing next to you agreeing with you will. You get what I'm saying? Because it's really a mindset that you're making up. You get what I'm saying? A way to force yourself to exist under your terms. That's where you get this line you heard, which people think is a joke, fake it till you make it. It's like, no, if you don't see it around you, say it's around you. Make that it. If you say my dining room chair is the worst ever, don't say that. Say it's the best ever. If you start to magnetize, oh, wow. Opportunity to get new dining room chairs. You don't know how it came, but now you got the best shit ever. And by the time you look up, all around you is the best shit ever. Because the shit that you had in this moment, you told yourself, you faked it until you made it real. And that's not just with physical stuff, that's with everything in your thinking. You don't like the way your love life's going, fake it till you make it. Make her the greatest bitch ever. And you'll find you have this frequency about you. If she's the worst thing ever for you, she will soon disappear, and that person, that image that you have in your mind will fucking appear. Will appear. Will appear. Say whoever's sitting next to you, because you listen to this, she remains a Christian, just start saying and treating her like she's a soulmate. And if she's meant to be there, she's going to up her frequency or she's going to get the fuck out and watch the bitch that shows up next. And I know that's hard. You're like, this pussy though. You know what I'm saying? You know, oh, I don't want to challenge none of this pussy. So I know it's hard. But that's the hard work that you need to be doing here. Letting go of a lot of shit. It was very hard tonight when my son said my massage chair was broke and was carrying that shit under his arm like it wasn't a motherfucking relative. You understand? Talking about he about to put that shit in the trash. I was like, nigga, I got to plug it in myself to see, nigga. Maybe you got the adapter. Something's got to short. But that's throw the shit away. You know what I'm saying? Throw the shit away. That's a little thing. But that mentality, just throw the shit away, is hard for people. You're taught to hold on and grab and grab at every little motherfucking thing that comes through. But you've heard, even on the level of Oprah and Deepak Chopra, let it go to receive something bigger. Lose your watch or be willing to give your watch away to you open yourself to receive a better watch. You understand? And we're not talking about stupidity going to your job tomorrow. You know something? Fuck you. I'm sick of stapling. And then leave. You know what I'm saying? But surely your mentality, instead of being sick of stapling, do what Jeff Moore did. Man, stapling is the greatest thing ever, and I want to get up every morning to fucking staple. This is what he told me. Not staple, but whatever he was on his way. Couldn't stand it. It was the slave. You know, where you at? Well, I'm at the plantation. If you keep saying you at the plantation, then where are you at?
Plantation.
Exactly. Now we know it's a motherfucking plantation, but there was niggas who would say on the plantation, Well, what's better than what we got here, boss? Look at all this delicious they feeds us. It gives us a place to street. We got grits, and I get an extra piece of pork fat. I'm not going. And we know he's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And you ain't got to go that far. But if you start thinking of it less as a plantation and make it your bitch, you put yourself in a better position to get away from this hole. You understand? See, when you think this hole is the greatest hole that you will ever get, after a while, when y'all have sex, she's going to start sticking fingers up your ass. And you're going to say nothing. You're going to say nothing because you believe this bitch is the best you could do. But once in your mind, you start to feel, you know something? She ain't really shit. And after I met her mother, I can see why she ain't really shit. You get what I'm saying? And if I fucking get her pregnant, we're going to have the dumbest kid who ain't going to be shit. You are now starting to make this woman your bitch. And your attitude and mentality would reflect that in her. And then you'll start to say, oh my goodness, she's starting to kiss my ass. When I was kissing her ass thoroughly. Let's pretend we're in this dumbass relationship here because this is a dumb relationship if you have it. But we all know the score with that. When we change this mentality, the ass we was kissing now becomes the tongue that's licking our ass. It now becomes the ass that my finger is in. You understand? And this is because we changed our mentality. So once we say we're at the plantation, we made this the bad bitch with the finger up your ass. Once we say, fuck that, this is Candyland, nigga. And I love this shit. I get an extra piece of pork fat. I work a little bit harder. You'll start to notice it's not really a big thing, and they really need your ass to be there, or at least in your mind if you feel that good enough. And you won't see this as a big obstacle that you can't get away from. You understand? It's really just in the design of how you think about this planet. And how black people think about this planet is a sorry situation. There was a white boy on fucking Facebook, or YouTube, breaking down the true statistics of police beatings and black deaths. The shit y'all talking about is minuscule compared to how much you niggas are murdering each other. And his point, which was, if black lives truly mattered, y'all niggas would be on this shit right here. Y'all wouldn't even consider these police beatings. Shit like 8% and like fucking 38% of white cops killing white motherfuckers. If these statistics are true, but somehow I think they are. Then he said black on black crime. 40% of niggas dead by other niggas. So if you leave it to us, this beast, this oppressor, which I told you it was for, to show you these videos to constantly think you are under the thumb of something that's not even really happening like that. So while you look at that, real science is kill yourselves, nigga. You don't know who or what you are, what you worth. And really, shit, that might be good luck getting the fuck up out of here. But the problem is the minds they're killing are so ignorant, no work is getting done, and they're just being recycled back to the planet. So when we go, but death is better, it's only better if you leave with life, as a pharaoh leaves with his goods. That's why they buried that shit with the pharaoh, because they're trying to show you that's how you leave on top, nigga, with spiritual light. These niggas is leaving at the greatest of their ignorance, not even knowing what to do or where to go when they die, or what's going to happen. So they coming back. They're just recycled energy for. So why the white man need us to come back? Huh, Panic? Well, I'm glad you asked, Panic. I'll be happy to tell you. They need us to come back because the more we have the need to come back, the longer they exist. This is simple. If we are enlightened and understand we're getting out of this thing, and then the birth rates start dropping, niggas start leaving, and we in the last days, ain't nothing to come around and fix no more. Everything is stuck. All the creativity is gone. The last corners of creativity down here. We finished. That was music, boxing, all that shit that we used to do. Sports, see us no more, right? You know, that's less. Basketball, that's just obvious. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about breakthrough shit. We're talking about Michael Jordan level of the game, where not only that we dominate the game, we're doing things in the game that's unheard of.
Right, never seen before.
Seen before. That's creativity. Just being able to shoot a jump shot is not creative anymore. If you tall, that's obvious. You better, else you stupid. And you as a tall brother, I'm sure every room you walked in, especially when you were younger, you playing ball? Are you playing ball?
Mm-hmm.
Are you playing ball? And because it's expected of you. You get what I'm saying? It's expected of you. So Michael Jordan, on the other hand, showed niggas how to fly again. Now, he was an ignorant motherfucker, but nonetheless, he showed niggas how to fly again. That's not acting. Mike Tyson showed niggas how to lay down in 26 seconds. That ain't happening. You understand what I'm saying? Floyd Mayweather, the greatest, but technically he's the greatest nigga running, and you know that. He's the greatest nigga going backwards. Let's talk about Duran and Sugar Ray. Now that's a war. Them niggas came out shaking. You did well. You know what I'm saying? Shaking. You ain't gonna see that heart. You understand what I'm saying? That championship. Muhammad Ali, man. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna see the class, the will to throw it all. I just told you, throw your watch away for a bigger watch. They said you do this or you can't box. His life, livelihood. I'm still not gonna go to this war. Faggot. And after that, bigger than ever. Threw away that watch to get a bigger watch, which we ain't willing to do for real. That's the hero. That's, you like calling yourself Heru on Facebook? Well, let's live this shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Throw away that bullshit you got. You know what it is to receive something bigger. You're going to have to step out on the ledge. That's what this shit is about. This shit ain't about smooth transition. This is about saying to yourself, I'm going to release this.
Along those lines of release, it was interesting because I was revisiting the X-Men movie.
X-Men?
Yeah, where the last one where you had Jean Grey in there, which she's in a lot of movies, but I guess what hit me was that they were talking about how she's a level 5 mutant, and you know how what's the I think they call it the Phoenix that comes out once she gets to a certain level of her subconscious mind, right? And so, in regards to that, and the power that symbolized there when she reaches this certain level, you know what I'm saying, of what was put there, this power inside of her, I guess, what's that symbolic of, that level 5 power that's inside of her? Like, what's that symbolic of when it's talking about us?
Oh, it's talking about us, period, and our ability to live forever through rebirth and being born again. So in the Harry Potter movie, too, this phoenix that rises from the ashes is symbolic. It actually comes from Osiris. There's a name of this bird. It's not the ibis. That's Tahuti. But there's another bird that's connected with Osiris, too, that sits perched on his chest, or the pillar of Osiris. It's in William Henry's books, I believe. I think I was just reading in there. But basically, this resurrection idea.
The Binu bird?
Say it again?
Binu?
Yes. Thank you, nigga, from the group. I appreciate that love. Who said that? Let's give him the props.
Botanical Escape.
Botanical Escape, yes, the Bennu bird. And, you even get the name Ben, and it was connected to Dr. Ben. Thank you for that. And this particular bird, they would call Dr. Ben this bird of resurrection as well, of everlasting life and so on and so forth. And so Phoenix in particular in the mythology is basically birth, death, and its ability to resurrect out the ashes. And that's what you are. This is symbolic of you. Your spirit is locked inside of you like Jean Grey. And through spirituality, not a fancy X-Men move, you're able to burst out and be this firebird, this kundalini bird, this life. So the symbology of it pretty much speaks directly to what it is. You get what I'm saying? This ability for us, or this power that resides in us. All X-Men speak to us. And in that X-Men movie, just like Doctor Strange's movie, your key as a decoder is to listen to the words of the bad guy. And what he will talk about all the time, constantly, is this ancient black world, this ancient dark world, this world that has been defined as evil. As in the movie, you see him as evil, coming back, or they're trying to bring it back, or it's time for it to come back, and we must have it back to balance out the idiocracy of the shit that's going on now. Now, the subliminal messages that they give you, if you listen to them, all of these guys are saying exactly what I'm saying, to the point where I'm thinking, at this point, them motherfuckers is listening to my goddamn lectures. And I say it with no ego. I'm like, this is just starting to sound too fucking familiar. And it's always the bad guy doing. So psychologically, those who see the bad guy in the movie saying these words may be looking for something, thinking that it's a difference in the movie and other things in the media. They hear me, and even though they say these words, I can't get with him. I can't get with the cursing. What's really happening, as well as maybe their spirit is blocking them because they're truly not ready, but they had years and years of the bad guy saying the same words I said. Psychologically, without even knowing, they're connecting me to the bad guy because he's speaking the same dialogue I'm speaking. There's an ancient you. There's a darker you that needs to rise. We need to end this. That's the same thing all them niggas said in fucking X-Men, in fucking Thor's movie, The Dark Elf, when that nigga was bonded in Doctor Strange, said the straight dialogue from not just my lectures, Bobby's lectures, and anybody into heavy spirituality about humanity must go. I prove it with books. They're saying in all these movies, humanity must go. But they're always defeated at the end of the movie, and they're always portrayed as the evil bad guy that nobody likes. So when they hear me speaking this dialogue, even if they can't make a movie connection consciously, they definitely going to make it subconsciously, and they're going to say, something about him I don't like. So truly for the enlightened ones to hear this message, to be able to stick with this message, is truly the ones who are actually getting over those subliminal attacks. But there are many of us who haven't, who are looking for light. I got cousins who are dying to get out that fucking church. And of course they're going to listen to me first because I'm family. So I'm going to represent this new information. And they just can't turn it over. Because they heard all of this before, and they heard all of this in movies, and when it was presented to them, it's always presented by someone sinister. See, y'all niggas is talking about revolution, and we ain't from Saturn, and we ain't worried about Saturn, we worried about Earth. Them motherfuckers is trying to get on Saturn, my niggas. They are dealing with your war in ways you niggas have not touched. You're looking to buy the biggest gun, and they're looking to make it for your ass because they understood that's not going to do nothing. When they understand they truly own your fucking mind, they eat off your mind. They're rocking your ass. I hate to see these punctified niggas not do. If you really want to do something, nigga, you are punctified. You haven't even started the approach for a fight yet, nigga. You ain't even put on the gloves. Fuck what you not even doing by busting your gun, because that's ineffective too. You ain't even doing that shit. And even if you was, I still say you ain't even put on your gloves and did the Ali shuffle yet. Do you understand? This is a war with your mind, nigga. And they got you. In the very movies you see, nigga, they got you in Disney, nigga. They got you. You ain't even effectively started to stood up and represent your own fucking intelligence or true intelligence yet. You ain't even did that yet to even say you in a fucking revolution, which is really your evolution. or your continued return to the top of the game. Nigga, you can't come in the ring fat. Better do some fucking push-ups, nigga. Flabby motherfucker. Coming in here waving a flag, talking about we the shit. They got nothing. You pay taxes to them. You ain't paying taxes to nobody on your land, nigga. You had the idea this was your land, and perhaps egotistically you are 100% correct. But with no fucking army, what you gonna do about it, player?
Right.
Nothing. The only reason the sign keep off the grass is effective because if you sit your monkey black ass on the grass, there's going to be somebody to come get you off. And as long as you ain't got nobody to get them off your grass, guess what, nigga? They having a picnic on your shit. I don't care what they write on the books that says you got Louisiana back. Good for you, nigga. Now that you got it back and it's on the books, tell the white people to leave Louisiana or Mississippi. Let's see how that works out for you. I bet you they'll tread all over your grass. And as long as you don't have a standing army to say, get the fuck off, you've got nothing. You can't come into the ring with a gut, nigga. Do some dips. Your power starts with your spiritual background. Then we could work from there. Then we could debate from there. When you are in your spiritual prowess, when you are dealing with these invisible forces and energies at your command, when you wield a true knife, a true sword, or a true gun, you ain't in the fight, son. That's right, son. You ain't in the fight. Make rap records and dress up fancy. Because that's all you got, nigga. That's all you got. I'm only interested in your motherfucking ass if you dealing with this shit. If you're not dealing with this shit, forget sleeping, nigga. You dead. Mm-hmm. You dead. You either sleeping or dead. Sleeping people are waiting to be woken up. And dead people, see you next lifetime. Right. It ain't going to be here and it ain't going to happen. There's only one way to get out of this. This is the only one way your ancients was dealing with it. It wasn't sitting around pontificating. It was doing the work, son. And it's laid out. Not just by me, by many others. It's laid out what work you need to be doing. Take this shit inside. You're trying to go to every fucking place to find something. It's all within you. Unlock, nigga, and activate. Activate. My whole plight at one point was spiritual activation, nigga. That's all that matters. And that's all that your enemy is scared of. He don't give a fuck about what kind of gun you had. You gonna be driving through Harlem with a tank or some shit? We got this. That ain't gonna work. It ain't. They got bigger. They make them. Think rationally. They make them. You got to get into something that they can't make, that they've been working overtime to destroy. Every goddamn movie with the bad guy is a symbolic act of destroying your spiritual, even the lust to even attempt to understand it. See, because by its very nature is hidden, therefore hidden or anything's hidden is code for darkness. So all they have to do is make any of these metaphysical movies or even fucking regular cowboy movies, good guys wear white, bad guys wear black, symbolic of darkness. As soon as you hear the first words about darkness or turning darkness into light, even though it's in your fucking Bible, you run and cower and stick your tail between your legs and say, no, that's evil, and I'm not here to deal with Satan. I'm a light worker. Or whatever fucking issue you got. I'm here for the light. Please, someone pass me a crystal. Whatever issue you think you're doing that's special, you have been trained out of that. You've been trained out of that. The ancient Camite, which you like to name yourself after that, went all ass in darkness. They did nothing but study death. By studying death, they understood after life would be a cinch.
So you was talking about how the creative energy is pretty much left the planet. Like, you know, niggas ain't really doing no new shit anymore.
Right.
So then when we're talking about the golden age, right? And people, the dimension of the new golden age coming, is that talking about in another realm?
No, that's supposed to be talking about ending of the planet. You could watch something by a white boy named Jay Weidner, Jay Weidner, I believe it is. He's one of them white boys that know it's all about black folks. And he wrote a couple of books. Did he write Across the End Day? He dealt with the face on Mars and 23 frequencies around the planet. So you know that there's a big circle on Jupiter. That's at the 23 angle. The Bermuda Triangle is a 23 angle here. Based on Mars, 23 angle on Mars. And then he goes through all these 23 angles on other planets and drops signs on the 23. Real interesting shit. In fact, when Obama did his inauguration speech, there was all these orbs around him. And he told white people, don't judge, don't try to figure out politics, don't figure out if he's going to be good for America. Fuck that. Get with that shit. You see all the orbs? Just blind. So he's basically trying to tell them in a way where they don't understand that it is not even about thought or reasoning with Obama. Just get with the energy at the time. And that's what we talk about at the times. Obama is not physically going to do anything and point proven. Hasn't. Another one of them, cousin of George Bush and all that Illuminati shit. But symbolically, we can still freak off of that. You understand what I'm saying? And if we understand the true game is symbols here, the true war is symbols here, the true language is symbols here, you can play that Obama. See, Obama is symbolically the Black Pharaoh. And they did this for the 2012 frequency, to have a Black Pharaoh who they have under control because they wasn't sure what was going to happen. Understand what I'm saying? And really they knew by nothing was going to happen, but so many people and black people said something's going to happen that might have just fucking happened. But because in our core, in our nature, we're so scared for anything new, nothing really happens. But the stars line up and it happens deep within you, but not where you can physically manifest. But truthfully, you want this shit to go on. You're ready to get rich. You understand? And so so nothing did happen, but they wanted a pharaoh in who was on their team, half white and all that shit. So he was the ultimate hidden shit for them. You understand what I'm saying? The guy. You know, their whole, while this transition happened up into 2016, which they thought was another Hopi transition that was going to happen. But after 2012, all the I gave up on shit's going to happen on these days. Right. The end of it for me. So whenever somebody says a comet has left the building, fuck them. When they show up, wake me up. Mm-hmm. I don't give a fuck about moons turning purple or blue, comets, no more. Because now I am totally convinced until we change our mind, you'll be sitting on this motherfucker. Not me personally, but half the niggas will be doing blog talk in fucking 3016. Right. Believe it. And because there's no Hopi this or Hopi that. It is just cycles that we're going through. So the golden age is another cycle. The idea and what Jay Weidner was talking about is we're actually supposed to exit this cycle. So he talks about every 13,000 years in these cycles, something happens. Saber-tooth tiger, no more. Woolly mammoth, 13 cycles, no more. A lot of extinctions happen, and we're on that list. So the
bees is leaving.
Bees is leaving. So, yeah, that's another thing. The Shamanistic Way of the Bee is an excellent book by Simon Buxton to understand some of this about the power of bees and how the Egyptians looked at bees. And acupuncture was actually the bees first. They would put the needle and have the bee sting you in certain places to activate shit. Very powerful shit. Simon Buxton, The Shamanistic Way of the Bee. Rudolf Steiner did another bee book. Just look for Rudolf Steiner's books, and he has another book about the power of bees. And what I learned in the Simon Buxton book was how the bee and their culture is. Human. Them motherfuckers, did you know them motherfuckers was getting HIV?
Who?
Bees.
HIV?
HIV. All the shit that humans have, fucking bees have. They drop this shit. The bees are the soul. So the bees, they say it in the Bible. Whenever something needs to come into existence, what will they say? Let there be light. So the bees, what they do on the planet, and they're the only entity that does it, is pollinate this motherfucker on a level where if they don't exist, crops will die. Albert Einstein said, the bees go, we are dead. We're dead. So the bees have been just, they call it, where they live?
The hive.
Hive. It's not hive down, but there's a name for it. Hive, because the bees are just leaving and dying. They can't find out what's happening. They usually know how to come back to the hive. They're going far out, collapsing. Hive collapse. Something collapse. And so not just that, what he's saying is this 13,000 is what the Hopis and the Mayans are talking about we're supposed to get out. But then, then you have others. Well, after 2012, that's when the cycle, it won't just be today and tomorrow, the cycle of the Golden Age or the Sutra Yuga will come in. I think it's Sutra, something with it. Seta Yuga, which is the Golden Age, because there's 4 Yugas. We just came out the Kali Yuga. Side note, the word thug came from the worshippers of Kali. They were called the Thuggies. So when Tupac had Thug on his chest, of course we did the work, he was a Thuggie. And the Thuggies, you would see in the movies like Sinbad, where the nigga would steal the fruit and run around the rooftops while somebody's chasing him. That little monkey nigga who was in the first Jungle Book, Saul. His story is interesting. OG's nigga didn't know him. And that was actually a Thuggie. They used to worship Kali by stealing. You know what I'm saying? Later became a thug. So niggas calling you a thug, yet again, is another motherfucking compliment. Just like nigga. If you know the score. Now, a white man in the store calling you thug, don't say thank you. You know what I'm saying? Do what you must, because you know his intention. But overall, you should be aware of that. Now, he's talking about this golden age, or what's coming to the golden age, because we'll just be going around this circle. So let's say a golden age is coming, then you know another motherfucking Kali Yuga is coming. Why would you want to be here for that shit? The idea is to stop what's on the wheel. Now, that's the idea of Jesus. 12 represents that wheel. We represent it as the clock. On a cosmic scale, what is it represented as? 12. Zodiac. And we go around that motherfucking shit through lifetimes. Then there's a secret number or secret science, the way to get out. That number, of course, is 13. 13 is the number of who? Christ. So when you see the dinner at the end, 6 on one side, 6 on the other, is a symbolic meaning that you're supposed to actually become the middle point. Think about it. Think of your car wheel. If you was on the outside of your car wheel, wouldn't you be spinning? But if you was at the middle point, wouldn't you be spinning it?
Yep. The access.
You'll be the axle or the access, like you said. So Christ energy, how is the sun represented in hieroglyph? Do you remember? It's a circle, the dot in the middle. The dot in the middle becomes you, the access point. So you actually relieve yourself from the circle. Another way of saying this is the shit you've been hearing for years. You're no longer human. You can't think human. When you think human, I'm a Cancer. I'm a Leo. I'm a Taurus. I'm a fucking porcupine. That is such a low level of thinking. Is it right? Are all those things true about the zodiac? Absolutely, emphatically, yes, for a human. Once you become out that Christ move, your human traits will still be a Taurus. Niggas get me to act a certain Taurus way, it's going to happen in the store, over rent, mortgage, and potato chips, you understand? But in my work of spirituality, I've transcended that because I've been dealing with the transformation in the heart or Christ. which later been regulated down to some Jesus motherfucker that means nothing. But the actual understanding, which you could find from Gnosticism of Christ's energy, or you could actually find in all mythologies of the world, the out and out understanding of Christ's energy, where you even get the name Jesus Christ, is from Gnosticism, which later became Christianity. Gnosticism was the mystical aspect of Christianity. And in that, it explains how every man is supposed to transcend to this particular frequency of Christ in the mind, the 13. This is because you left that 12, or that humanity, below you. You get what I'm saying? Below you. And those are actually your lower chakras, or behind you. You have transcended this world, and you now become about your father's business, or your father is truly your subconscious mind. You've been calling it God. But it's your divine mind, because God only could be a mind. You understand? It's the mind of creativity, or the mind of the creator. So the God force, see, I understand in Gnosticism, when this planet was made, everything was an animal, including man. The divine mythology, the divine goddess, the Pista Sophia, sent her divine sparks and embedded them in man. And man became upright and conscious. And then he who created this place, Yahweh, became a jealous God. And he was jealous because the divine sparks in you are older than him. And you started then to cultivate those divine sparks in the consciousness through God force. What is the God force? Creativity. God is the creator, right?
Yep.
When you become the master creator down here, you resonate at the frequency of 7, the God 7. Why? Because you mastered the 7 seas, the 7 chakras, the 7 lands. 7 has everything to do with the mastery of Earth. The 8 is the infinity aspect of Earth. You understand? So when you master God 7, you master creativity, meaning as the magician, you are creating whatever reality you want. So while we're calling ourselves God, I'm telling you how to become God through this magical spiritual act. You're not God just because you got melanin. No way are you the best race car driver because you have a Ferrari in your garage. You got to drive that motherfucker to expert level. And you at least got to get out on the road. So what you got here is a bunch of niggas with melanin Ferraris in their garage and ain't put foot to pedal yet. Ass on the gas. Ain't none of that yet. But makes these claims. That's why we talk about all of your talents, you understand, and expressing them, because you're expressing the God force. Now, as a collective people, the talent or the creativity is escaping us, meaning no energy dies. That means it's starting to go into an existence in our new place or new world. The world, they call it in mythology, world to come, universe B. Back home, nigga. Sweet chariot.
That be again.
There you go. Up the room. All of these ideas, Shangri-La, the sweet by and by, Valhalla, Asgard, Sirius, Nirvana, where Jesus walked. All of these places are symbolic concepts of where this creative energy is now releasing itself to. The last one we had down here, our last work is the music. Because I died in my sleep, and when I died, I was, number one, when I woke the fuck up and came back, I was embarrassed, ashamed, and fucking depressed. Death was feeling like you niggas don't know. There's no words, I'll tell you that. And one of the things that came through was our beginning and end game down here. If I had to say personally, and this is with no book back, why black people come to Earth? One reason, to make music. That's what I learned when I died. The entire plight is to make music, because where we're going, music is the lining of where we live. The party is the lining. It laces the floor, ceiling, and walls. Our music that we created here. And the best music is created under pressure. See, we have good down here. You niggas be singing like white people in the Catholic church. You wouldn't have got Stevie Wonder. You wouldn't have got him. People said, we got technology, we can make you not blind, Stevie Wonder. He said, oh no, nigga, this is it. Because even in that, even though no music coming out of him, without that, pressure. You get what I'm saying? Pressure. So that pressure is allowed us to create masterpieces. Masterpieces. We created groups that have one-hit wonders that are so fucking profound that sometimes I could put on and listen to for 6 hours on repeat, depending on the mood. I can't get past this fucking song for the day. And we have thousands of those created here. Bad shit. You understand? Bad shit. If I had to say why we came to planet Earth, it's for that. Because our new kingdom is built on this shit right here. And you know, nigga, and you know like I know about our fucking music, ain't no nigga on this planet can't shake his ass to something. It is for us. It saved us. Every goddamn lynch around your neck. Soon as you got home and boom, all this superstition, fighting on the wall, you was gone. You were out of it. You know what I'm saying? No, sun shower is the sun of the tower. You there, nigga. You're in the sun shower. Spinning your ass around. You understand? It could take you there like nothing else on the planet can. White people attest to that. So much so that the best thing white people ever do down here is music. Nothing else they do matters as much as some of them have, and they're following our template. Make no mistake. Eric Clapton, the Rolling Stones. If we didn't see this nigga, we wouldn't be this nigga. The Doors got a documentary out. He was slowing that shit down. I'm like, he said, we got all this shit, and this is the same chords for Little Richard. I was fucked up. I said, I didn't know this. They played 4 songs that were Little Richard songs that's in all them hits. You know, people are strange, whatever you do, and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. Real shit. And if I had to tell a story, that Phoenix or that alchemy, the work we came to do, the love like Eddie Murphy came to get Lisa from Zamunda is actually our music, kid. That's why every motherfucker want to be a rapper. Every motherfucker you meet, what you trying to do? My rap song. A rap song. There's something about it. And even if we don't do that, something about the fan of listening to music, it doesn't escape no nigga. You know what I'm saying? And every white boy you see on MTV who listens to our music has an entire life based upon it now. You get what I'm saying? And now that you see no creativity even in rap music, which is one of our last creations, our last masterpieces, is an indication for a spiritualist, though, that's what's the indication that we're moving out of here. That the death is truly in this realm. That we squeezed every bit out of this. And it's truly time to go. You know what I'm saying? And for those who don't have the spirituality to go, this place will die or without them. And the good news is, and this is something big Bobby believes, they will go. Because no matter how ignorant or how churchy or how fucking standing outside Hebrew Israelite yelling they are, still came down here and dealt with this motherfucking Holocaust. And that's the alchemy. So it ain't about how smart you are and what you know, because the smart ones and the ones who know with spirituality are doing it. That's us. So they only need a group of us to either come down here and do the work. We doing it. Just doing the work is just having this conversation. That's very least. Turning up the work, well, personal is all we've been talking about. But just having these conversations, be putting these lectures out, your support, passing them around, putting people who want to know what. All I hear is, I told this guy, or the guy would say to me, somebody said to him, have you ever heard this guy named Panic? Have you ever heard Brother Panic? So somebody doing that, and that's done all the time, because that's how half access, actually, my class, you know what I'm saying? And somebody doing that work is us doing the work. Getting this word out, frequency, and to tap into this frequency. See, I told everybody in the lecture, but I talked to Sammy Davis Jr., which I didn't necessarily think would ever transpire. You understand? I was watching Cat, and him and Gregory Hines started coming through. I said, oh, no, niggas, you ain't going to do that to me. You know what I'm saying? He said, look, nigga, we call this hoofing. Because he said, we're the priests of the pan. I said, get the fuck out of here. You're going to have to go a little bit deeper for that. He said, all that tap dancing was sending particular binary code through the planet to wake it up for a next phase. I said, oh, wow. Nigga, I got a semi when he said that. He said, all of that, the Candyman can was actually, they're masquerading as these head rub niggas, but actually sending advanced code, waking up the planet through rhythms and frequencies in binary fucking code. You can't make that shit up. You know what I'm saying? You can't. And so I'm like, shit. Who can make the sun shine? Sprinkle it with love.
It's funny that you said that, because if you look at when tap was prevalent and all the music that came after it, it makes total sense.
You start to see the whole plight of our music, dance, song, and so on. It's actually what we came to do. It's actually how we did it. So we're looking at pyramids and monuments and how this nigga used to levitate, but it's actually the alchemy of our music in America that is actually true work we came to do. You can quote me on that. That's in no book. You got to be at a certain level of mastery to start getting these revelations. You understand? And these revelations have been coming for a long time. Here's the good news. This is what I'm trying to train y'all to get. My own shit. But what I can tell you, for those who ain't ready, our evolution, so at a time where we couldn't dominate in singing and song and R&B and all the rest of the shit we had, all they had was a nigga they wouldn't mind let tap dancing. You know what I'm saying? What's the Sandman in them niggas? Mm-hmm. Hitting straight algorithms, programming the planet for us now. And we look at them as niggas who failed. Niggas ain't had no choice. Niggas always smiling. No, them niggas was geniuses even if they didn't know it. Look at that fucking footwork when you try to do it. You understand? Who can make the sun shine? Sprinkle it with love. It's the greatest song ever, nigga. Oh, the Candyman, yes, the Candyman. The Candyman can, cause he mixes it with love and make the world taste good. That's that shit for you young niggas who don't know. Who can make the sun shine? So when I heard this, they said their last representative on Earth was Savion Glover, of course. So they had to do the little generational shit because what's his name needed to keep it alive. Your boy who died from that movie Tap. What's his name? Gregory Hines. So he actually took that world of Tap when it was in vaudeville. Remember, him and his brother was in vaudeville. You know what I'm saying? Shit where them niggas had to eat, walk in the side door and eat. You know what I'm saying? And him and his brother had a, you know what I'm saying? And they came from that. It was on the stage with Sammy Davis. Sammy Davis put them on the stage. He did Tap. Not only that, he was in a lot of nigga movies. You know, the Harlem one and just a lot of other shit. White shit with Billy Crystal. But in this movie, Tap was his movie. You know what I'm saying? And remember, Savion Glover was a little guy. Savion Glover eventually went on to, I believe, was Bringing the Noise, Bringing the Funk, whatever it was. And, you know, you've seen him Bamboozled and
shit like that. He said, no, he was a representative. You've seen 3 generations of this work before in this movie. And you watch Tap and see what they were saying about it. Sandman and all them niggas. They put all the OGs in there. You know what I'm saying? And even when I watched it, I went with that, and I think I talked about this white boy Ray who became a cop. And then when I see him, he used to always ask me questions from Idaho. I think I talked about it. He used to work with me. And when I seen him as a cop, I wasn't even interested. I was like, nigga, you figured you became a cop. Then we were standing by wet cement, and a black boy jumped over that cement. He made it. That's an ass whipping in front of the police. And I looked at Ray's face, and Ray was just dying laughing like we used to. I said, I totally get it now. Even though he was destined to become a cop, just him hanging with me, he has compassion for niggas and niggas' behavior. Shit that they don't understand, he did his damnedest to try to understand. At the time, I didn't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? He used to show me his book report. I wrote a book report on Boys in the Hood. Nigga, I ain't get this bullshit. Go ahead. You know, but then when Ricky died, one killing was too many, trying to show me the passion. He used to tell me in Idaho, it was Idaho. You know what I'm saying? I remember we was drunk, and one night he put me on the phone with his mother. That's the first time she ever talked to a black man in her life. Like, nigga, whatever. Anybody else say, hey, well, you know, hey, how's it going? You know, yeah, I can rap. Whatever it was. And he was like, that's the first. So this is where he came from. You know what I'm saying? He's listening to Howard Stern. And now he was always trying to be honest. To say, such and such of a dead man's father off a nigger. I'm like, what the fuck is you telling me that shit for? But then he's trying to confess how he grew up. And all he would try to do is hang with me and my man Prince for years. Let's go to movies after work. We was 12 midnight to 1. All the Boys in the Hood and all the other nigger shit that was out there. I'm going to get you, sucker. And all that shit on the sea. And like I said, when I seen him as a cop years later, I guess you could call it compassion, but even better, I seen understanding in his eyes that he was trying to extract from me all those years so he could actually do the right thing and present that same compassion or understanding to niggas he sees on the street. That he doesn't see them as just empty blank niggas to be arrested to get a quota up. At least that's what it looked like. You get what I'm saying? As a side note. Now, we wouldn't necessarily understand a lot of what we've seen as cooning and shining until we start dealing with spiritual events. See, when we get to human events, Sammy Davis and the type of niggas would really repulse you. But what we need to understand why we think that's a higher way of thinking, because the low nigga down here would love that shit. You're actually still on a low level. You understand? You may be higher if you compare it to a human level. But when you start dealing with spiritual aspects, you start to see there's a whole different agenda at play here. And the first thing you start to notice is you never really was losing this game. Never. See, when you look from a human perspective, when you niggas was tap dancing, they had your monkey ass if you're a human. But when you find out spiritually that these niggas was sending code with their hoofing, which is the pan, they said a pan priesthood or an aspect of pan priesthood. When you know they're doing that, then it starts to tell you, or you see another picture of your prowess that you can raise up. You understand what I'm saying? Raise up. More than just Malcolm X. You can see he was a part, and a very integral part of a whole. You get what I'm saying? But even Sammy Davis had work down here. Why cameras was on him. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of these niggas' work is to throw the enemy off your work for real. So you got niggas like Step and Fetch It who make this claim, well, at least I'm getting paid, at least it's looking good, and you can see that same dialogue in these little rapper fucks today. Well, I'm getting paid, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that. This is what it's about. What's that rapper who makes no fucking sense? He sounds crazy. He got little red braids. You gotta hear him talk. This is even sicker than these sick motherfuckers that we've been complaining about for the longest. He's got little burning braids now. He's in a new Sprite commercial.
Lil Yachty. Yachty.
That's the fucker. You gotta hear his philosophy. It is amazing. But I want y'all to not look at him as a human offense and how much you wish KRS-One would address it. Look at it from the perspective of, go back and hear what Stephen Fetcher and them used to say when asked these same questions by black people. Two things I want to point out: that nothing has changed. There's no revolution because we're still addressing those same issues. The same niggas are emerging with new faces and new names and new subjects. And the same black people are emerging to say the same complaints. You have to get off that ride, my niggas, because that's how they got you. That's how they're getting you. Now, that's number one. Number two is, if you look at this guy and release yourself from it, physically and personally, what you're seeing is a grand scale of the decoy. These white enemies, and not all enemies are just white people. Half the white people, 90% of the white people, don't know shit. They are willing to be told whatever they're told. That's why half their kids dress up like fucking niggers now. You understand? Because they need nothing, have nothing but you and your lead. The problem is you ain't been leading. But even in your ignorance, they follow you. The other percent don't know shit but what they are told on fucking TV. There's only 1% of white people who know, like there's 1% of black people who know. And that 1% rules the world. But we forgot, as our 1%, is we're trying to wake up all black people. Not necessary. All we need is the 1% who are conscious to run the world again. But what that happens is not by us waking up other niggas, because just like those white people who follow, niggas follow. And niggas follow the most prosperous thing. How do you know that? Because that nigga with the braids, Yaki Ya, whatever, they follow him now. So they follow whatever. It's not even reading them who follows him. You hear this nigga rap, he's literally going, ice cream, bubble gum, chili gum, yum. He's literally doing that. Literally doing that. I'm not making fun of. He's doing that. Remember how I used to make fun of this shit? He's made a career off of what I made fun of. What I was making extreme. That nigga sitting there going, I can make a record going, yeah. It's going to fail, you old niggas. Ain't nobody spitting on their backs no more. I Biggie too. He shit over Biggie too. With God. This is a distraction. You hear? This is what's supposed to get you mad. That's why you think you're putting him on. Ain't nobody just making it off their talent. You're getting put on based upon your fucking ignorance. So they are putting him on to get you distracted and not and what he really is for is purposeful distraction. We used to say this all the time in New York. I'm sorry if it hurts your feelings. There's nothing in the world more funny than a country nigga with money. And the ironic thing is, as soon as rap fell off and they got it, you got a lot of country niggas with money. And it's still funny. Weezy's funny. Yaya is funny. 2 Chainz is funny. These niggas can't even speak English. And they are made now. They're not. See, what's scary about New York rap and even California rap, talent dictated your presence. And business cannot work with talent. You need to work with a sure thing. I worked at record labels. It's not a guess. What they needed when we sat down in marketing meetings and when we proposed how to break an artist, something to stick to be able to call the right people to say, play the record, have it in your store in this area, or get them on shows conducive to what they were doing. So we had to be able to classify them. To be an emerging free talent that you can't push to any other way doesn't work. So when you had Erykah Badu, what was happening, climate, was people were getting tired of the New Jack Swing at this point. It probably was dead at this point. And then you had groups like Tony, who was trying to keep what became Neo Soul alive. Different. Remember Tony, you could dig the New Jack Swing on my nuts. They was going at that shit. So it was a war between Teddy Riley's New Jack Swing and what they call true R&B. So Kadar understood, or maybe didn't understood, it was just his time, and he got a deal into Universal. He was the manager of D'Angelo. Songs like Brown Sugar would come out, and they weren't New Jack Swing, and they were coming off. So it started to prepare, I should say, or prep Erykah Badu for her breakthrough album. And Jill Scott and New Music and all the rest of them niggas started putting on beanies and shit, lighting incense, drinking tea on stage, and it became Neo Soul. You get it? And this based upon I'm thirsty. Let me get some water. This shit based upon this new energy coming back on the planet. You understand what I'm saying? Like I said, it's an evolution. If you look at our music and the way it worked, you'll see that's our real story. That's the true story here. And I'm really at the understanding that this story is at its end, son. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely nothing new coming out.
Yeah, there's nothing being created. You know what I'm saying? Nobody doing shit that matters. This shit is over, kid. Elvis has left the building. You know what I'm saying? So, to answer your question, that Phoenix is something that lies within us and is actually represented as these talents, you understand, that are in us, that are truly never dying. Now, they will die on the planet like boxing, music, and stuff like that. They will die in terms of, you know, what interests us or where we see like a Mike Tyson emerge. We just get done with it. Understand what I'm saying? We when we worked it and got all the juice out of it, all the creative juice, we done and did what we came here to do. We came here to work this motherfucker. You cannot say we didn't work music. So while we complain about new rap, really have to say, nigga, we worked music since we got here. We're good. We're done. I'm glad it's over. That's an indication we did the work already. You understand what I'm saying? I don't want no new shit to come out. As soon as the Harlem Shake come out, I want Puffy to do it in his video, and then everybody hate it. And I want new dances to come out, new rap branches, nothing.
Yeah, the new dances don't stop though.
Yeah, I don't know what that shit is that motherfuckers is doing, but that ain't dancing. Doing it, just lifting their shoulder up and down ain't it. You know what I'm saying? And I get the concept. You know, you have to make a new dance to that new rap, but yet again, you're making a new dance to that new rap. Ain't no nothing about creative about the Dougie. Most niggas doing the Dougie didn't even know who fucking Dougie Fresh was. You understand? They just doing it. They doing the Dougie because they seen in that movie Paid in Full that boy clowning Cameron, who was another sucker MC, clowning on tape doing the Dougie Fresh dance, which Dougie used to do at all them shows while he gets pussy. So now there's a whole new dance. Teach me how to Dougie. That niggas don't even know what it is. You know, niggas from the fucking movie. They didn't even know what he was referring to. So it's not real. You know what I'm saying? And none of them dances make you want to get up on no ass. Not like the Candy Man. Oh, yes, the Candy Man can. 'Cause he mixes it with love and makes the world taste good. Who are you? I'm the Candy Man. I'm going to listen to that shit all tomorrow. That's going to be big on my playlist. This I promise you. Otep. What time is it?
Like 12:15.
Okay, that's the end of our show, folks. We are going to, I'm going to decode Doctor Strange soon, but it's not really much to decode, so I'm just really going to just talk about it. Who can make the sun shine? All right, niggas, we're going to end this for the night. We'll come back next week, probably more Q&A if we don't have a guest. I want to thank Brother Elijah and everybody who came on to shout us out tonight. Oh, one more person before we hang up. We're going to shout out Joya. What up, Joya?
Hey, Brother Panic and Elijah. What's up?
What's good, Joya?
You better get us on speaker. You got an echo, girl.
Oh,
Let's see. There you go.
What's going on?
I'm just checking in on you. We talked to most of my Thanksgiving guests, and I want to thank you for showing up. Just make it a pleasure. Them candy yams you brung. Oh, who could make the sun shine?
Yep, I definitely enjoyed myself. I always do.
Yes, I still have your dish. So when you're ready.
Okay. Cool beans. Yep, looking forward to that Dr. Strange decoding.
Yeah, it really can't be too much of a decoding, so I'm just going to talk about the metaphysics of it. Because it was nothing that was really hidden. But I'm going to talk about some ideas and show the importance of what we do and how it impacts what you think is this far away from us in mainstream, but how it actually impacts. For instance, that finger tutting that this black man, I don't know if he invented it, but he's the master of it, that they scooped him up from YouTube and had this black man teaching them how to move their hands in certain ways to appear magical, which means it was magical, and which means a black man had to teach them that, which means we're going to deal with that. Who can make the sun shine?
Yeah, and speaking of music, didn't you say Khadijah sings?
Yes, she does.
Yeah, we definitely gonna have to get together. I have my Akashic reading first week in December.
Right.
I want to get with her on little musical stuff and see what we can do.
She may be in this I don't know. This I don't know. Interested in chopping it up, you know what I'm saying, and playing around. Like I said, I do know this. She's not interested in taking over the world on singing. That's the last thing on her mind. But to have some fun and you know, with a fellow songstress, why not?
Yeah.
So I would do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'd do that.
I would definitely speak with her about that. But yeah.
Yep.
All right. Pandemonium family, we had a good time tonight. Looking forward to next Tuesday.
Sounds good, Miss Joya. It's always a pleasure when you come over. Your energy is right. You're always looking sexy. Had all them guys
wait.
Try to hit you up.
Wait, listen. No, he did. No, he did not. Going. He was a perfect gentleman, I promise you. But it's funny that you mentioned the Phoenix tonight, because the level that the Phoenix operates on, and I was telling Shalonda that she definitely got that higher. One of the things that Seer Grant mentioned in the chat tonight was him not feeling the Negro energy. It's there. It's a lot of times we second guess because we don't have a lot of support when we're doing our work, because it's our work. So we don't have a lot of, support, and we have to use our imagination and intuition to guide us versus using, comparisons or, just double thinking ourselves, thinking we're not doing something right. We're doing it right. It's just we just got to do it ourselves, and we're not going to get any help to do the work that we're on, that we agreed to come here to do. And like you were saying earlier, a lot of times sometimes we are here for others, not necessarily for ourselves, but, like when you discuss going into the spiritual realm and guiding others who have passed over. And you said one of your guy friends that you used to roll with when you were younger, I can't remember his name, but you and another sister, who was it?
KL was his name, I think.
Yeah, and you got him. And it's like we have to do that on this level. And when we stay focused on that purpose and what we're here for, it's nothing to compare it to. When we like to compare the level of our work, or if we're doing it right, based on, comparing it to something else. There is a comparison when you have your own work to do. And I was just saying that for Seer Grant, if he's still on the call. But just stay in your intuition and your imagination and do your work from there. And then because your intuition and because your imagination gave it to you and you fulfilled it, then your work is done. You don't have to compare it to anything else. It is what it is.
Yep, that's how it goes. All right, so we'll be talking soon.
Okay.
All right, peace.
Good night, Panic.
All right, good night. All right, that was Sister Joya coming through with a message for Seer Grant. Yeah, that story with KL is actually about how we help each other. You know what I'm saying? So, because his work down here wasn't this conscious work, but his heart was right and exact. You understand? Because what he did do was for a third friend of ours, he named his rap group after him, Screwball. And what that dude told me, who died at an even a younger age, who I also knew, who was shot, that he was actually stuck in the astral realm. And during the time I started filming porn around all the pussies and dicks because they were promoting that album, all we did was yell out Screwball. And when he came through, what he told me was, y'all woke me up, and the energy of all that sex got me out of here. Because what stuck me down here, not knowing, is every other black person's mind. When he got shot at 23, he was a dude with green eyes. So they kept saying how much pussy he missed out on based upon his green eyes, which is a nigga delicacy. And then he said that stuck him. Now, he said it was all the pussy and all the ice cream you could eat, but I was truly one of the lost boys down here when I knew there's a greater reality. And I couldn't or didn't know how to get out. That energy y'all did woke me up out of the dream. Like how Captain Hook is trying to wake Peter Pan up out of the dream and send him back to Kronos or Saturn or home. And so he said, cool. And then KL, who named himself or named the group after Lou, which was dedicated, that group is Screwball. Lou's name was Screwball. And after that group, because he did that, and that eventually woke Lou up, Lou said, bring him to me. So I was able to help KL navigate through the astral world, which he knew nothing about, get him to Lou, and Lou was able to take him across that threshold and then put him in his true power. And then he told me his real name, to Ankh Nefer. And then he eventually came back, and he's the one who told me to sell the herb pack. So it's not about me and helping him. I just did a part, and we all helped each other. You get what I'm saying? Because what we and KL did helped Lou. And like I said, it doesn't just begin and end in this world. We helped Lou. Then what me and Lou did helped KL. And what KL did absolutely helped me on Earth. And it's going to be a more abundance, or seem more abundant on Earth, because on Earth it's more dramatic. But on that side, it's just how we do. We are all one being. So you have a work here, it's just not all about you. You get what I'm saying? And it's about you, but it ain't about you. You get what I'm saying? And that's what we have to see as well. It's about you, but it ain't about you. You get what I'm saying? And that's what we talked about earlier, about the science of the serpent, where you find it in biology of Hahnemann. The serpent is actually becoming more advanced than the one he served, based upon his total submission, the total ability to spend a lifetime to put away every single need that can possibly come up secondary to the object that you're serving. It's not he's master over you or better than you. It's what you're doing. You're doing a work that you're saying, this guy's symbol or his position, I'm going to serve. And what I'm actually serving is the representation of a higher self, portrayed as the Pharaoh. And that's why the energy, or not necessarily the energy behind the person, because he's born to it. You get what I'm saying? So he may be an asshole, or not that bright. But it's the symbol more than just the energy. It's the symbol of that person that is agreed upon based upon genetics, royal blood, his lineage, based upon the concept of genetics, right? And us worshiping it is actually worshiping that king or something in yourself. It's us actually bowing down to the symbol of what exists inside of you. That's why in America, every black man is king. Every black woman, what's up, queen? What up, king? Because in you understand that role that you've seen that was embedded or embodied in one man was actually the symbol of you. So that's why we gave him all the goods, gave him all the wealth. He couldn't even have to wipe his ass. Wipers? Because the idea is you don't have to wipe your ass from where you're really from. So we were trying to reflect your end result symbolically on earth in the big castle, which represented at the top of the hill, the pineal gland. You understand what I'm saying? The top of the mountain and the royal family that lived in there represent your spiritual goals. So the servant that served them was quite under him and gave him everything in his existence, most likely his family as well, to serve that particular energy or that symbol as a way of true transformation. Of course, portrayed in the movies, they're fucking slaves. That's just some shit that they're showing you so you'll have a connection to your Holocaust here and think this is not the way to be, or this is some bullshit, or that Pharaoh is a tyrant, like the same tyrants that murdered, pillaged, and raped your family and owned you. And then you start to see that ancient world wasn't so great after all. They didn't know any better, and this is where slavery came from. White people ain't the first one to do it. We were doing it first, and all that kind of shit. And even if you ain't saying it, it's in there. That's what they're trying to do. And because they keep showing you this constant stereotypical symbol, each Egyptian movie, you got a bunch of black people standing behind with fans. So when you say all these black people on the wall, oh, I get it. We're the fan holders. Because you see them carrying shit, which it represents. See, when you look at these walls, it represents your cellular structure. So you're looking at plenty of people carrying this and carrying that. And you realize, oh, you're in your thigh. And in your thigh is where these new blood cells are born, in the marrow in your thigh. That's where new red blood cells. So when you go to the Luxor and see the body of man, you see all of these offerings being given out in the area that would be the thigh, the part of the temple that would be the thigh. So we knew we was looking at the human body. So it's places, you see all these niggas giving out shit and doing shit, your local mind and say, oh, it was slaves. Oh, it was slaves. When they got Oliver Martin Scorsese and Oliver Stone, East Egyptian with Alexander, you see got niggas in the back with fans, getting shit, carrying shit. Leave now! And all these white people dressed up looking like fucking buffoons in your ancient garb. No one's co-signing with that shit. As fucking Sigourney Weaver dressed up in Egyptian makeup. It was terrible. The bitch looked like the sand that is near the Sphinx later on, in a bag of sand with makeup on. Dried the fuck out. She couldn't pull that shit off in her 20s, nigga. How's she gonna pull that shit off now? Sit your old rotten ass down, bitch. Sit your rotten ass down, bitch. Who can make the sun shine? Sprinkle it with love. So, we got to just expand our mind. So once we get into our spiritual mind, which leads back to the first thing we was talking about, you're actually in your right mind. You start to see from a different pair of glasses. You start to understand and be able to see and communicate with Sammy Davis Jr. and find out the mystery of that, the decoding of that. Something that you looked at and thought it was just shameful had a purpose, which tells you then further nothing we actually did here was shameful without a purpose. Human-wise, it was absolutely shameful. You know what I'm saying? Fucking Sammy carried the water in that group with fucking Jerry Lewis and them. The Rat Pack. He was the rat in the pack. You know what I'm saying? And it's shameful on a human level, but on a certain level, it still brought forth a lot of niggas to the limelight. Jamie Foxx and all of them, who can make the sun shine. All them niggas what I'm saying, able to do what they doing, and even though they came up through Cooney, that's the initiation, it still offered us movies like Ray, you know what I'm saying, and James Brown, and all of that bullshit too, which no matter how hard they tried or didn't try, you still feel that energy on them niggas. If it ain't the movie, them niggas was there. That nigga who played James Brown was there, and he's the Black Panther for it right now. Oh, I didn't explain that one. Let me explain that one. You do one of them niggas, they attach to you for life. Ask Denzel how he got his swag. Malcolm X, baby. Malcolm X said, after that, I raised him to the top after he betrayed me. That's why you got this leading man right now, even though he's doing some shit that look like Booker T. Washington now, with fences with Viola Davis. Wait till you see that. They got it in the fucking. She's crying and talking to him about her life, but snots is coming, and dribbles coming out of her mouth. Me and Grin watched that shit. What the fuck was that? We need to go back to the previews after the movie. See, why did Viola Davis have snots at that big scene? Straight boogers. Wait till you see that. Who can make sunshine? Yeah, motherfucking butt. Malcolm X raised up Denzel Washington into Booker T. Washington. Ray raised up Jamie Foxx. You understand? This James Brown nigga is now being raised up as well. Our first delight is Black Panther. The second delight is the Black Panther movie coming soon. Thank you, Mr. Brown. That's what some niggas need to say. And that's the point I'm bringing out. We all help each other in this. So even though he's done a great work, it doesn't stop there. Bruce Lee gave you a great movie. Ain't raise up Bruce Leroy though. That nigga's still doing. You still see people taking selfies with him at the restaurant. You know what I'm saying? But he raised up a movie that we've never experienced at the time, which was Bruce Leroy in Last Dragon. In that movie, Bruce Leroy spent the entire movie looking for the master, only to find out the master was himself. And that phoenix glow in the end was with him. Everything we talking about. You niggas ain't never seen a movie like that if you know what you're watching. Because even the Matrix told you is Jesus. First they was giving him Christ-like attributes, and that nigga just became the Christ. Morpheus said, I believe. Fucking Phil Valentine counted that shit. He was up to like 48. 48 times Morpheus said, I believe. In Neo, which is a mind control to remember that you believe in Jesus and you will never become him. In the first one, they were showing you how to become it. You get what I'm saying? So in this Bruce Leroy joint, they show you that you are the man. He was looking for Bruce Lee. He was knocking on doors until he got the revolution, but sure enough was beating that ass. Wait a minute. I'm the master. You got that glow? You got that glow? That was my shit. My shit was sukiyaki hot, sukiyaki hot. Sukiyaki hot, sukiyaki. Sukiyaki. Sake with me, sukiyaki hot, sukiyaki sake with me, nigga. Somebody said Willie Hutch for no reason. I concur. Willie Hutch is a bad motherfucker. I choose you, babe. He's cornbread, cornbread. You had to identify with Cornbread Earl. I mean, you playing basketball? He's got that orange soda pop. He's cornbread, cornbread, cornbread. And niggas are still laughing. Sock it to you, sukiyaki hot. Niggas is dying over that shit. Sukiyaki hot, sukiyaki. Yeah, blaxploitation, the best. Because they gave us free reign. They said, we're going to do this dumb nigga movie, so we're going to give you musical free reign. And that's when them artists went deeper. Woo, Black Caesar, the album. Y'all probably know it as bum skilly bum ha. But the original shit, woo,
that fucking album, Black Caesar and Hell Up in Harlem. Do-doom, 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 do-doom. And that Isaac Hayes joint, the one where they stole, the one, the Texas niggas did it. What's that song from Texas with Scarface and them niggas? The big one they did. My mom's playing tricks on me. That's what Isaac Hayes, baby. You know what I'm saying? Shit, Public Enemy, Isaac Hayes. Nigga, I don't wanna go riding. That nigga, I didn't even notice he couldn't sing until he got on 97.8 Kiss in New York. He became a radio host. And I wake up in the morning and I like to go singing. I'm like, oh, what am I waking up to? I said, that's Isaac Hayes. Then I listened to his music. The grooves was just so badass. Hypersolic, Sylloistic, Hango-Jonganistic. Oh, yeah. That's the Duke of New York, #1. I remember coming from the record label one time. He was down south in a purple king shit. They was doing a photo shoot in the middle of the city with a shit caught. Who's this motherfucker? I said, oh, that's the Duke of New York, #1. That nigga said, boom, do the peace sign. And I said, and I want to go riding. I got a right to be a black Moses. Niggas don't know. When Obama came in office is when he died. Obama was playing Moses or Martin Luther King. And the black Moses had to go so this symbol could emerge. Y'all niggas don't know. Who can make the sun shine? That black Moses energy was at the 40th year anniversary of the death of Martin Luther King. Boom, Black Moses goes in 2008, which opened up the gateway. It was like near 888. Was it 888? Yeah, 88 or 999? No, 888. I believe it was. Same year Bernie Mac died. That was 2008, I believe, right? I think it was 88. Whatever, it was a gateway. You know what I'm saying? Or was it 999 in 2008 or 9908 or somewhere wild? So look it up and see what it was. But whatever it was gateway time. You know what I'm saying? And the comedians had a big gateway because Bernie Mac left. All the comedians came through to scoop his ass up. Yeah, Bernie Mac was August 9, 2008. So August is 8, right? 9, 2008. And when was Black Moses? He was soon because he had that heart attack that was unexpected. And 2008 was the 40th year of Black Moses. Or Moses, which was, what's your boy? Martin Luther King. They was considering him Moses or the deliverer psychologically. So much so that the white Charlton Heston came and spoke at the March on Washington, because psychologically black people seen Charlton Heston as Moses from doing the 10 Commandments. So he made himself visible and spoke, this old white hateful motherfucker, at, what's his name? When he died, Martin Luther King said, we are beating his ass. August 10th. All this, boom, all around us. You know, it was real close. It was all around because we was getting channels. Miss Jerry came through from Martin, bad bitch. Richard Pryor came through, started telling us about his homosexual endeavor. But he wrote this in his book. So we didn't know about it. We started looking it up, and he wrote a whole thing. See, if you look, which I have on the Richard Pryor show, they had extras, which didn't exist back then. Now with the DVD extras, so they did a roast where they were roasting each other. This is where Robin Williams got his start. Your man, Bang, 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 he got his start there. They all became famous off of Richard Pryor's show. I'm missing two more. Of course, Paul Mooney, but Paul Mooney stayed with him in writing. He was there. Your girl, what's the white girl? She played on Roseanne. She's crazy. She was in the King of, if you look up on IMDb, something called the King of Comedy with Jerry Lewis, you'll find her name. She hangs out with Rosie O'Donnell. She's old and crazy as a bitch. Now, anyway, and there's two more missing. All these motherfuckers they're having a roast. Marsha Warfield was another one. She was the big bitch who played on Night Court later, the comedian. And all these motherfuckers got really big. They was calling him Spoon, John Witherspoon. That's the father on half the shit that's out. Bang Bang and Coordinate. That guy. And they're roasting, and he's talking about Paul Mooney as a faggot. And then he gets up there and says, okay, I talked about Paul being gay and sucking dick. John Witherspoon. I talked about, he knows, he said, Paul's got something. He's saying this shit straight up. Paul's got something on me. Sandra Bernhard is her name. That's what I was talking about, that white girl. And like I said, Robin Williams. He was saying, Paul got something on me. He said, okay, I'm going to just let it be known I was gay for a week. Richard Pryor saying this shit. He said, but you got to see this motherfucker. It was a bad motherfucker. And it's still funny the way he's saying it. Like, you just wouldn't believe it. He's saying, I just got bored. You know what I'm saying? So I fucked this nigga for a week. He said, then the nigga changed into a girl. I was like, fuck it, I'm tired. I don't want to be gay no more. And then I went back to women. But then he said in his book, when I tell you, this shit came through the same week Bernie Mac died. And it was like a last joke Richard Pryor was saying. It was so crazy. And they were showing how the same way Lou took KL, they took him. He ain't going to waste his time. Brought him back in this precinct. It turns out all the motherfuckers hanging together is a frequency. Like Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, Father Allah, all them niggas hang together. You know what I'm saying? Them niggas are talking about their sons are the Rakims and the Plants and all of that. And they said when Farrakhan get here, he'll be here too. That drama that you see is just for this human production to let the shit go to the next level. But all them niggas hang fucking together. You know what I'm saying? And them niggas look up to us, surprisingly. Not in the way like you're better, but in the way of I'm kind of not envious, but if I had the way to describe it humanly, I would say envious that we in the actual end game. Because they did the things to set up this game. So we the last string, the niggas that get to go. So it's like running a relay race. Right. It's really the first and second dude that puts you in the game. Mm-hmm. But that last dude is the one they're going to throw the fucking confetti on. So it's not really envious or jealousy in that contest, but they knowing we're going to get the confetti because the information we bring, it's not too much you can bring after that unless you're going to come down as a doer. You know what I'm saying? And there's really nothing to do because we think the doer is the fighter. You know what I'm saying? We think the doer is the fighter, but there is no fight. The fight is really with yourself. So we're giving you the tools to actually transform yourself and win the true fight. The real fight, you know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas still throwing your arms at the fucking sparring partners. You understand? Talking about we need a revolution. You know, nigga, that ain't fight night. When you get in the ring, the nigga you fighting is going to be you. And he's going to tell you all the shit that intimidate you. Motherfucker, you panic, nigga. Motherfucker, you a baller. Motherfucker, you look cute. Motherfucker, you deliver the best dick. Motherfucker, you got the baddest bitch. Motherfucker, you can get the baddest bitch. Motherfucker, you can talk your bitch into other bitches. All this goddamn egotistical bullshit. And once you say how you win is the more you realize every punch you throw is every time you say it isn't. You can fuck a lot of bitches. That's not real. It's not doing that for you. But fucking a lot of bitches in jail. So that's kind of like saying when you came home from jail, how much sex you had? A lot, nigga. It's not really bragging. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know you're ready to have sex. Not really, I'm good. Once you came home after 25 years. Ain't none of that really bragging. So you in jail. So no matter how much pussy you get in jail pussy, son. That's what you're doing. And it feels good. I promise you it feels good. But that's who you're fighting. What you think what you're fighting feels bad? That's easy to win that fight. What you're fighting feels good. What you're fighting thinks right.
It's reasonable, my nigga. It's reasonable.
Yep. Just like that chicken.
Yeah, that's the chicken, right? That chicken, boy, that shit'll have you here every Tuesday, even with no radio show. But at the same time, if there's something greater, chicken gotta go. Everything down here is based upon something greater. Let's just know that. Let's just start there. Pussy is based upon better pussy, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Good pussy is based upon great pussy. Bad pussy is based upon good pussy. Terrible rendition, but yet and still. So we need to understand, who can make the sun shine? Who can make the rain good? The Candyman can. Oh, the Candyman can. Why? Because I'm the Candyman. He mixes it with love and makes the world taste good. So we need to know, brother. We need to know thyself.
You saying the Candyman and talking about the bees earlier.
Right. The bees. Yeah, Candyman Part 2. Somebody just wrote Candyman Part 2. I'm saying, doing all that shit, came back from the dead from a white bitch, the Osirian shit. They don't never let up. You, oh, I came from the underworld, white hoe. In Cabrini Green projects, the most niggery projects in Chicago, we find white hoe. And I've come back for you, bitch. I'm Osiris. Them niggas don't never let up on the mind control. Here's another one. I am the vampire in Brooklyn. I came back for you, bitch. Then she kills him. Fuck you. I'm not going to you. Stab him. They never let up, nigga. He had to do that shit just to apologize for coming to America. Oh, y'all better listen. Who can make the sun shine? You better listen. They playing with y'all niggas' minds. Y'all in the war. Eddie Murphy fucked up and did them 2 movies. The 2 best he's ever done. Come to America, Harlem Nights. Harlem Nights, what did he do? The gangster, this image that they've been pumping in your head, this Cosa Nostra, as the most villainous, organized motherfuckers that can wipe you out no matter who you are, no matter where you are, and for whatever fucking whim they have, and just walk away and call it business. Know what he said? Fuck Capone, or what was his name? Cavaletti. Fuck him and his fat, gelatin, greasy ass. And then in the end, they blew them up. They outsmarted them with their fucking wits. And outsmarted that crooked cop with their fucking black genius. And they said, no, nigga. Another 48 hours, perhaps. Yes. Another Beverly Hills Cops, perhaps. Yes. Vampire in Brooklyn. We're not so sure. Let us see the script. Oh, black woman kills his nigga Osirian ass? Yes. And then the downfall of... Well, he was always in the downfall in every fucked up movie. Put on dresses and all the rest of that shit. Absolutely hilarious shit. But spiritually, you niggas know the score. Oh, yeah. Harlem Nights. Put black icons together. The Guards, Richard Pryor, Robin Harris, and motherfucking Red Fox. Technically Della Reese. Y'all know who she is. OG nightclub, Hustle Hope. Her and Fred was friends a long time. She's on episodes of Sanford and Son. Big upped. You understand? Destroy Red Fox. destroyed Red Fox, put the cameras on him while the tax man came and cleaned out his fucking house. He said, I got a new sitcom. I'll be able to pay y'all. All you got to do is wait just a little more time. Fuck you. Started taking shit out of his house. Took his house, made him homeless. While Eddie Murphy was developing that show, which he died on the set of. Oh, y'all want to know attacks? Ain't gonna be no guns, nigga. They're gonna psychologically attack symbols that came here in the outfit of God. Do you know Malcolm X and Red Fox was niggas? They were considered together, both called Red. That's why Malcolm X was called Red. He was Red Detroit, and he was Red wherever the Red Fox came from, Louisiana or whatever. And they stuck together. These niggas ain't fools. These niggas ain't clowns. The biggest thing Red Fox hated was to dress up like a junk man because he was a fucking dip nigga as Red Fox. A master of them fucking underground clubs. A master. Master fucker. Ain't no what y'all was fucking looking at. You know what I'm saying? So was fucking LaWanda Page. What was her name on the show? Esther. Search on YouTube for Aunt Esther's nightclub act. Bad bitch. Used to talk about fucking niggas from Genesis to Revelations. Getting dick. Aunt Esther. And without that Aunt Esther look, was a bad bitch too. You done fucked her. She did one episode of Sanford and Son where she was doing a dance. Because, you know, they used to throw their little nightclub act. Lenny, what's the two fat niggas? I almost said Lenny and Squiggy from Laverne and Shirley, but Willie and I can't remember their names on the show. Leroy and Skillet, two fat niggas. They was from the nightclub because you could see Leroy and Skillet doing their nightclub act on Dolomite's tapes because they were all linked together. See, Dolomite was that real underground nigga. They did them underground albums for the Red Fox. But Dolomite made his own movies. I got the whole collection, every moment of it. Some nigga said some ignorant shit in class. I made drunk sis, Cornelius, and Courtney sit down and watch that shit. Oh, put your weight on it, put your weight on it. And they really got to understand what the fuck Dolomite was. They said, like, rap came from Gil Scott-Heron and this poetry. I said, no, nigga, no, don't get. If anybody can make that claim, it would be Dolomite, because they used to talk shit, Sean the Monkey, and they used to say it in shit raps. You understand? Niggas wasn't talking about how high is the sky. Oh, now we got rap. You know what I'm saying? Just Dr. Seuss, he wasn't calling that rap, and he been rhyming a long time before you niggas. You understand? Rap has a mentality behind it, and close to that mentality is what was going on to them shit-talking undergrounds. So then I had to invest some of their time into some Dolomite while they ate turkey burgers and shit. And what they found out was a whole new reality. Oh, nigga, put your weight on it, put your weight on it. See, that's one of Dolomite's lines. He was the disco godfather. That was his calling line. That's what you heard me say tonight. When I first started, oh, niggas, put your weight on it, put your weight on it. And we remember we used to say that shit when we fighting a nigga. Go ahead, man, put your weight on it. You know what I'm saying? It's back. Not to mention, that nigga right there is the grand master of lines. You born insecure, rat soup eating motherfucker. He was good for it. If you don't know what that is, we need to invest some time into that shit.
I watched Dolomite way back.
Well, you need to get reacquainted. I'd be more than happy to have a field day trip. Yeah, a visit, a play date, so we can watch this shit. P.D. Wheat Straw, the devil's son-in-law, where Snoop Dogg got that idea the devil gives him life to get back and revenge. There you have it. That's who started the shit. You know what I'm saying? He said, all you have to do, P.D. Wheat Straw, is marry my daughter. And I will let you get revenge against your friends. This is the one where Leroy was in. That's who you have to get revenge from. He said, let me see her. As soon as he showed the piece, he said, oh, hell no, Lucifer, the deal is off. Just take me, man, take me. And funny shit, you know what I'm saying? So, all right, man, I'll do it. And just the idiocracy of the karate. You know, just his lines badass. You know, come on, Dolomite, let's fuck. Chilla. You know I got to deal with my money. Romance without finance is a goddamn nuisance. You know what I'm saying? Excellent shit. Perfect in his ignorance. You know what I'm saying? Then you had P.D. Wheatstraw, the Devil's Soul, we had Dolomite. We had one more that I'm forgetting, which is one of the fun. The Human Tornado. There you go. A Tydrick right on it. The Human Tornado. Starring Willie Lynch. And what's that nigga? Mean Willie Green. The meanest motherfucker you niggas ever seen. You know, just real funny shit throughout the shit. Hamburger Pimp. Tell me what's going on. Oh shit, nigga, Jim, you back out of this motherfucker Dolomite. Niggas gonna be scared to wipe their asses. It is the most perfect. Yeah, the drunk sis laughing. She remember that shit. It is the most perfect. Yeah, the disco one. Ooh, put your weight. What have you given Jimmy? What has he taken? Fight the whack. They was talking about. He was conscious, I guess, because it was an anti-PCP. Don't hold back. Fight the whack. And just the dance to the music. Dun, 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 and they had this big jumpsuit on. Oh, this nigga was not scared to shake his man titties or show him a fuck. He was fucking like nobody's business. And he will fuck you dirty. What's out here? Now what's wrong with you, bitch? You ready? Let's go. Dolomite, I wanna fuck. Oh, baby, slow down. I told you, when I get back, you just like, you know, this karate. This nigga, he's a master. You need this is the nigga to fuck with. I've seen him chilling with the comedians, too. Past, if not too long, but very soon after, or maybe very soon before. Oh, he's up there, player. A masterpiece in his aggression. And, you know, he's also got his stand-up from the 80s. What they were doing in those clubs that we kept hearing about in records that Richard Pryor and Red Fox and all the rest of them were doing, what we kept hearing about, he was actually doing. And, shit. He showed this, man, that nigga just get in on people. He said, look at this bitch here. He said, that bitch is so fucking ugly, she could scare a bulldog off the back of a meat truck. You know what I'm saying? He's getting at motherfuckers in the audience. Look at this motherfucker. He's the type of, he don't point at niggas with that funny ass finger. This motherfucker here, the type of nigga to fart in the tub, turn around and bite the bubble. Like, what, nigga? Who the fuck that think of shit like this? And his delivery is fucking... As P.D. Wheatstraw, the kid was fucking up. He had the devil's cane. He said, now I'm going to teach you a lesson that your mama could never teach you. Pulled out a pick and started picking this nigga's hair. You know, this shit was wild. You just got to see this shit. I can't even tell you no more. You got to see this debauchery. Every moment of this shit is a joy, from production value to his fucking clothes. He gets out of jail. They say, here's your package. Nigga, don't give me these. No, the girls came and say, here, Dolomite. He said, cotton drawers? Bitch, you know I don't wear no goddamn cotton drawers. Get the real shits here. Give them silk drawers. You guards, take these fucking clothes and shovel up your ass, and they'll do a fucking shoulder move and get in the car. You know what I'm saying? Oh, baby. Then they start taking off his clothes. He fucking rolled on his way from the jail. It's Dolomite, nigga. Dolomite. The biggest spoof on that is Black Dynamite.